civil rights movement for decades. Twice ran for president in 1984 and 88 and 2000, and Jesse Jackson was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
His family announced his death in a statement saying Jackson died peacefully this morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity. A cause of death was not mentioned, but Jackson had been dealing with several health issues.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. A new round of U.S. talks with Iran underway in Switzerland in direct negotiations through a mediator.
Progressive super nuclear.
We'll see what can happen. I mean, it's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator.
President Trump has threatened failed talks to get Iran to scale back its nuclear program could lead to an attack like last year. Iran has fired off a missile test, and its supreme leader just warned of slapping the U.S. down, adding the president cannot depose the Islamic Republic. Also in Geneva today, more U.S. brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine as their war rages. Ukraine's just bombed Russia's oil refinery across the border, countering what Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
Ukraine's Air Force says Russia launched 425 drones and missiles overnight. The vast majority are said to have been shot down, but 13 targets were hit. The barrage forced neighbouring Poland to stop flights at 2 airports near the Ukrainian border.
Those flights have since resumed. A police officer's dead in Indiana, shot in Beech Grove in the Indianapolis area, and an attack that left another officer wounded. The suspected gunman captured late last night. In Pawtucket, Rhode Island, a gunman opened fire at a high school hockey game, killing 2 people, critically wounding 3 others. Then he shot and killed himself. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like Sandra. She wrote into me. She said, Glenn, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on your radio show for a couple of years. I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping with my back pain. With the 3-week quick start, I went for it. I feel like a new person. Sandra's own words, and it's gratifying to hear. Thank you, Sandra. When I read stories like this, I remember how I was starting to lose hope, and it feels good to help people all over America live pain-free again. It was created by doctors. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients that supports the body's natural inflammatory response. And hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Sandra and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So try it yourself. The 3-week quick start. See how Relief Factor could be a game changer for you as well. Call the number 800-4RELIEF, 1-800-4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait any longer. Get out of pain today.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los on your Tuesday. It is Neal Boortz Day. I like to refer to it as Neal Boortz Day because we're the only place that you can hear Neal is here on Extra 106.3. So a little later this morning, we will talk to the talk master and see what's on his mind. It usually goes off the rails about 2 or 3 minutes in, Los.
Yeah, he's gearing up. We'll see what direction it goes, and that's the fun part for the audience. We never know.
We have no idea. That's the thing. He could come out and be like, I have been reading about whatever in Ukraine or whatever in California, and he'll be just laser focused on that topic, or it's just chaos, and there's just it goes, and it's like a pinball machine, bounces off topics and goes crazy.
And let's face it, the first Neal Boortz commentary doesn't come out until after he's done with our segment, so we don't even know what he's planning on for the day.
That's right.
So, well, here we go.
Here we go. Who knows what's going to happen? But so anyway, so it's Neal Boortz Tuesday. We're glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Donald Trump going to be in Rome on Tuesday for early voting in Georgia's 14th district. That is the district that covers like Rome and Dalton, Floyd and Whitfield County up that way, where I was born and raised. And he's going to tout, the economic successes that he's had while he's here. And it'll be good, man. And I can't remember the last time Trump was in town, to be honest with you. Right off the top of my head, I don't remember the last time he was here. So it's been a minute for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely where I'm going to be curious if we do have any discussion of a 2020 election, or if it's just going to be laser focused on what the economy is, because those are two completely different discussion points. You're trying to set up an advantageous position for your 2026 midterms. I don't know if referencing what happened in 2020 would help with that. I know that when it comes to people that have been paying attention, that's the red meat we're looking for, but I don't know if that's the best thing for the rest of the country to keep hearing about.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently going to focus on the economy and affordability. He's going to visit some local businesses and then, talk about the 14th that Marjorie Taylor Greene vacated. And I guess there's like 20 people running for that. I mean, it just seems like an overwhelm. Seems like I could have narrowed it down a little bit, but yeah, a lot of people running. So I don't know. Has he selected? I've not heard or seen him say, "Hey, this is my person. This is the person that I have."
No. In fact, all I've seen is the individual people that are aiming for that seat. If they have any picture in the last decade with Donald Trump, they've made sure to post it. Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Any picture, anywhere.
That's right. But it'll be good to have him back in the Peach State. And State of the Union is next Tuesday. So we're about a week out from that. So,
and by the way, did you not find it strange that he was talking about it on Air Force One, and he said that he's going forward with it, even though we do have a partial government shutdown.
Yeah.
And yet, then that was somehow news. It's like, why not?
Yeah.
if you want to highlight the fact that I'm still working, even though some of these jokers aren't, they're over in Munich.
Yeah, absolutely, and saying all kinds of crazy nonsense. Speaking the one person that we didn't talk about a whole lot yesterday was Marco Rubio, and I know we kind of brushed across it. The AOC craziness was, front and center, but Marco Rubio's speech was unbelievable. I went back and listened to it again last night just to be like, this dude is America first through and through. If there's an America first idea, it is coming through the mouth of Marco Rubio when he talked about embracing, Western culture and Western values. And of course, AOC said Western culture is thin. And I'm like, hang on, this is the great civilization of Europe and just all the things that have come from Europe and now come from the United States. I'm not sure how you call Western civilization, Western culture thin. But if you're a communist, you got to put it down somehow, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, you're out to destroy it.
Exactly.
That's really the goal. They didn't really get into that so much. But no, I thought it was if you're going to have that moment of letting the rest of the world know, here, without a doubt, are the directions that we are planning to lead the rest of you in. And if you'd like to come along, that would be great. If you don't, we're not waiting on you.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Individualism, science, democracy, the rule of law, human rights and personal liberties. Those are hallmarks of the of Western culture. So for her, AOC, to say the thin is well, it's short-sighted, but that may be why, Los, that she called the New York Times. I don't know if you saw this. She called the New York Times, telling them, "Well, they got this all wrong. They got this all wrong. This is not about me running for office." Man, she put her foot in her mouth, and she knows this looks real bad.
It's a giant backfire. If your plan was, I'm going to announce myself as being a legitimate candidate for 2028. That I'm going to get on the world stage and people around the world are going to be lapping it up. They're going to be thinking, man, this woman is so sharp. She's so with it. How can America not see the future that they have with AOC? And that backfired incredibly. And just as you said, to the point where she has to contact the New York Times to try and set the record straight that, no, this isn't about me trying to launch into being a president. I'm trying to point out who the real enemies of democracy are in this world. Okay.
All right.
Sure.
This is like,
by the time we get to the comment, we'll play some of this stuff later on in the show about Venezuela, about, below or above the equator. Okay, I know it's a technicality, but if you're basing military or any other sort of action based on their position on a globe and you're that wrong,
yeah, Seems like you'd pay attention a little bit. Maybe you'd have prepped. Maybe you'd the things that you wanted to talk about, right? I mean, you have to have an idea about the things you want to discuss when you go to the Munich security conference. Maybe
you went to the place where you had no idea how to discuss security.
Right, first, that's it. And then, so you have no idea that. Then if you're going to talk about Venezuela, you probably have an idea what people are going to ask. Are they going to be a few questions you don't know? Sure. But I mean, it seems like you'd prep on some of the things that have happened in the, around the globe, some of the things that the United States has done lately. Notably removing Nicolas Maduro, and she said it in Maduro. She speaks completely. It's like the news anchors when they speak just English, and then they get to a Spanish name, and then they go all full Spanish on it or something. It makes no sense to me, and she did that too, Maduro. But anyway, that's just me nitpicking, I suppose. But it seems like you'd want to have been brushed up on Venezuela. Maybe its location. Maybe where it sits in the world. Maybe have an idea about some of that stuff.
I mean, if my condition by which I'm discussing a topic is its global position, and it's such a big deal that's why I feel like I have expertise on it, then maybe I should know its global position.
Yeah, it just seems something. Maybe.
It's as if I was, let's just say that I ended up in the situation where I'm having to explain what my country is doing, whether it's from economic pressure or military pressure, and I was to point out that Argentina, as far as the African countries, it's one of them that we are very concerned with the direction it's going.
Wait, huh?
Wait, hold on. Did you just call it an African country?
It's not African. Maybe you should know that. If you're going to be president.
If you're going to be president, maybe you should know that Argentina is not an African country.
Just saying. So, but all that going on this morning, and let's get to the first thing to know, because it is, it feels like we continually are saying the exact same thing when it comes to mass shootings.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug Los, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
So I started seeing this about, 2 or 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and it is up in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and a person opened fire at a high school hockey game. And you're thinking, what in the world is going on? And then you start seeing reports from the local news station saying that this man was transgendered, decided that he was going to open fire on his own family.
His ex-wife and his daughter. And ultimately killed himself. But another transgender shooting. And, there was some scuttlebutt on social media. People were like, well, we're not sure. But I went directly to the source where I'd seen it first. TV station News 10 up there said the man may have been wearing women's clothing. And that was the paragraph that was being highlighted and pushed around. And you're like, okay, let me, just to be safe, I'm going to go to that news station's website and make sure that this clip hadn't been altered, because surely it hadn't happened again. And Los, it had happened again. Well, what is it that we talked about last week? I said, if you ever find yourself in a scenario where you happen to be around somebody who's transgender, just know that the possibility of violence that comes from them is significantly higher than anybody else in society by a ton.
Yeah.
2015 to 2025, if we're just going during those completed years, the overwhelming amount of these sort of situations, shootings in public, 4+ victims, happen to become transgender women, which are just men that are crazy.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Went by, I guess, went by 2 different names at some point he was Robert, and then just started going by Roberta. I just at some point we're going to have to, as a nation, as a society, as a world, we're going to have to recognize the danger and the mental illness that is transgenderism. There's no looking past it anymore. There's no, well, maybe, or maybe not. No, it just is. It is a mental illness. It's always been labeled that. It's only been in the last 5 years, 6 years that people have been trying to embrace this as some sort of normal behavior. At some point, we have to just put down the bumpers. We have to put down the kid gloves and say, we need to deal with this. We need to help people get the help that they obviously need.
Well, let me give you an example of what we did yesterday. We enjoyed the giggle fest of playing Hillary Clinton's audio when she was at a summit for women's security, international future. And the first person that she introduced was Tim McBride.
Yeah.
Okay. So when that piece of video and the images hit the internet, hit X, there was somebody out there who went ahead and posted to it. And that person was Roberta, who pointed out, don't be so butthurt over somebody different, then wonder why trans people go effing berserk.
And then the very next day
is shooting at a hockey game.
Yeah.
That is, you want to just talk about the pictures of this person. First off, I'd never seen the whole mix of, here is the trans person whose family and other people said was significantly mentally ill.
But that's his daughter. He's out in front of the police station, I'm not mistaken. My father was very, very sick.
Yes, who actually is sporting Nazi tattoos.
Yeah. Unreal, dude. Unreal. Then the New York Times avoids any mention of this person being transgender, of course. And I'm reading from Dagan McDowell from Fox Business that there were 5 reporters that worked on this story and did not mention the obvious, did not mention what was actually happening.
There's a man in a dress who has Nazi tattoos and decided to kill his own family and himself.
Yes, yeah. They obviously, obviously have avoided that. And at some point, they're going to have to recognize it. They're going to have to. Everybody else knows it. And you wonder why nobody reads the New York Times? It's been the newspaper of record for 100 years or something. And nobody holds it with any esteem or regard because of things just like this. And that's why they're laying off people at the AJC and laying off people at the Washington Post, because nobody holds these institutions with any, like I said, any esteem, because they know they can't trust what they're reading.
I believe we just want the full story. I want both ends of a story.
Oh, sure. But they're not giving you any end.
No, and that's the issue. If you were to tell me that here's what happened, here's the person's backstory, here's the history, here's some images of them, here's how they're dressed, here's where the daughter says that he's suffering from mental illness. Okay, now I have a complete view of the story. And now the media will look at that and be like, oh my God, you're inspiring trans violence, or people to... You should be looking around going, hey, that person, there is now a significantly higher chance that person goes berserk and shoots up the whole office.
Yeah.
Okay? Because they're trans, because that's what the numbers tell us. In the same way, even last night, when we got the news that Jesse Jackson had passed away. Right. If you want to tell the full story of Jesse Jackson, then what you're going to do is talk about his advocacy and his work in the 60s.
Sure.
Then you're going to talk about the Rainbow Coalition shaking down companies for the better part of 30 years.
You got to give the full picture.
You should be. You should be talking about, here's how this man came to prominence and the work he was doing during the civil rights movement, but then talk about modern day guy who ran for president twice and then also was shaking people down for money.
Yeah, and his children ended up with those shakedowns with auto dealerships, car dealerships.
That's the full story. That's
right.
All we're ever asking is, why not tell the full story?
We're not even saying just give the bad stuff. Even with the Paul Tuckett shooter, we're not asking just for the most salacious parts of it. Give us the full picture. That way we can make a solid decision. And that's what I think the Founding Fathers wanted for a free journalism, a free ability to write and tell the story that the American people need to hear and know. And that's not what we get.
Well, and this is across the board. Remember, last week we had the story of there's a man in a woman's dress in Canada, and he shot up a bunch of places and killed his family. It took the longest time to admit that he was in a women's dress.
Yeah. Police, I'm reading a super on TV right now. Police, shooter may have been transgender.
May.
May? I don't know if it's May.
Anybody who has X knew within about 4 hours.
That's exactly right, dude. And like I said with the story from News 10, they were the first person that actually, and they used May as well, but at least they were brave enough to say this dude may have been wearing women's clothing. May have been. Should have been, yes. But maybe they were just trying to cover their, backside in case it wasn't. This is what somebody had told us. But at least they had the courage to, the little bitty local news station, the only one that I've seen, actually have the courage and say, hey, here's what it was. It's unreal. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we continue, which is it, Libs? Can women be president or can they not get an ID to go vote? It cannot be both. Next on the Morning Extra.
The Morning Extra, Neal Boortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You've worked hard to build your investments, but are they positioned the right way from a tax perspective? Because it's not just what you make, it's what you keep. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Many investors don't realize that their portfolios may be creating unnecessary tax exposure. Capital gains, required minimum distributions, inefficient account placement can quietly reduce your returns, especially as you approach retirement. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we help clients evaluate whether their investments are structured in a tax-efficient way, looking beyond performance to understand how taxes impact income today and your legacy tomorrow. Are your assets in the right accounts? Are there opportunities to reduce further tax liability? Is your strategy aligned with your long-term retirement goals? Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 678-990-8500. Schedule a complimentary review. That's 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you keep more of what you've worked so hard to build.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 17th, and here are your headlines. Civil rights groups are pushing to limit how data seized in the Fulton County election office raid can be used, calling for protections on voter information and raising concerns about privacy and potential misuse of personal data. The group filed court briefs saying the documents unsealed so far don't justify broad access to sensitive records, and they want the judge to set clear boundaries on future disclosures. Metro Atlanta native Elena Myers-Taylor has won a gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Milan, adding to her decorated bobsled career and becoming one of the most successful U.S. athletes in sports history. Myers-Taylor's latest victory caps years of consistent excellence on the world stage and helps boost Team USA's medal count to 6 in Italy. And finally, more than 40 Cobb County schools were recognized for academic excellence by State School Superintendent Richard Woods, earning awards for literacy, math, or both based on strong performance and growth on Georgia Milestone Test. The honors highlights schools across the district and underscore continued efforts to improve student achievement at all grade levels. Today's weather is mainly sunny with a high of 73 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I want to read you this tweet that I read, Los, and made me chuckle early this morning. And I knew we were going to talk about something similar to this, so I thought I'd bring it up now. A lady named Carrie Daughtry. She lives up in like Norfolk, Virginia area, because she works up that way according to her bio. Carrie Daughtry. She posts a picture of Sudafed, sinus congestion, 12-hour. 20 coated capsules, maximum strength sinus relief and congestion. And with that picture, she posts, "So proud of myself. Even though I'm a married woman, I was able to produce a photo ID to buy a box of Sudafed."
Yeah, because you do have laws to avoid you from making meth.
Yeah, that's right. But her whole point was, look, I had to show my ID and I got this medicine. Guess what else I could probably show my ID and do? Vote. Something just tells me.
I'll tell you, this was a discussion. We talked about it earlier on in the show, the 6 o'clock hour. I had this talk with my wife, and it really is about what happens when you deal with Norm and Norma. People that are not plugged into the same way. They're busy, whatever the reason. Kids, job, career, just whatever it is. When stuff starts to get out there, it's amazing how the media goes full blast on trying to give you information that's just flat wrong in the interest of power in politics. For instance, I get in this discussion joking with my wife about how the Democrats have taken a misstep by initially trying to co-opt the black community. Then they went after the Hispanic community, and after neither one of them worked, when they were like, hey, SAVE Act, you need an ID, then they went after married women. Hey, women, you know, if you've changed your name, you'll have a hard time voting.
Horrible time. It'll be terrible.
It'll be impossible. They'll be like, your last name or your name on your birth certificate won't match up with what's on your ID. What they're not pointing out to you is that if you have ID, you can vote.
Right. You don't even need the birth certificate, even if you did.
That's it. Now, does it point out in the SAVE Act that you need to be able to validate citizenship? Well, yeah, but again, you are talking about conditions, in which case, if you can't prove citizenship, like, I don't know, for instance, if I have a driver's license, then I have to produce more documentation.
Right. And then on top of that, Los, the flip of this argument is, remember, the Democrats, they were trying to give illegals driver's licenses. Why were they trying to do that? so they could
register
vote.
And vote.
Yes. So they think illegals can figure it out, and they can hand them off to illegals, but married women, black people, and Hispanics that are here legally can't do that. It's amazing the hoops that they jump through to convince you that people are stupid.
And my wife she's bringing up the Democrat talking point. Now, she's doing it not from like a, hey, I'm trying to argue with you. She's doing it from here's what I heard.
Yeah.
And I was having to step through each one of them and point out. I was like, well, I remember even telling her, I was like, well, do you have a passport? She's like, yeah, you can vote. Yeah, and I was like, do you have a driver's license? Yeah. She's like, yeah, you can vote. You can vote. I mean, it was almost as if, and they did it intentionally, the Democrats, in order to save themselves from another 80-20 issue, decided, let's just flat out lie, in hopes that the low information voter, Norm and Norma, suddenly build up a fervor as to why this shouldn't happen, even though 73% of all Americans agree we should have ID to vote, including the smallest percentage, by the way, is Black America, who says 75% say we should vote.
Yeah.
With an ID.
With an ID.
And that's the lowest percentage of anyone.
What was it, 75? Is that what you said?
75 is the lowest.
Dude, this is so tiring. And I think they do this on purpose. Because you and I are going to get sick of telling people the obvious, right? And we'll move on. And I think that's their plan. We're going to make people so sick and tired of hearing this and saying they won't even bring it up anymore. And then we can run roughshod. We can run all these news programs, and people won't be paying attention to it, and hopefully we'll get away with it because we've worn them down with ignorance.
Yes. It's just that you accept a lowest common denominator norm. You know, Tug, where it's just like I've told you this so many times that I've muddied the water so badly that now you're going to believe something as baseline as, hey, if I'm a woman and I'm a legal citizen and I have a passport and I have a voter ID, I'm going to have to bring my birth certificate up to the voter registration office and explain that I'm still this person from here on my birth certificate and my ID. It's convoluted, but that's the argument. That's muddying the waters.
That's what they're trying to convince you of. And, you know, I'm just to the point. I'm at the wit's end. If you believe this, you're foolish. If you believe any of it, you're foolish. And most people don't at a 75% clip at the lowest. So, you know, I guess there's 25% of the country, or at least some, maybe 20% of the country that might fall into this. And if you're that dumb, don't vote. Just don't vote. Just don't participate.
If you're that dumb, just stay home.
Just stay home. And you know what?
Let those of us who are involved stay involved.
That absolutely that pay attention and keep up. It's not like you have to pay attention much. I mean, just do what you've always done when you go to vote. Show your ID, go vote, be done. It's that simple. And yet, they want to muddy the water and try to make you believe something that's not even based in any sort of reality whatsoever.
Let's just be honest about each end of this. This is not disenfranchising married women or the black community or the Hispanic community or the Asian community or any. This is about disenfranchising the illegal community.
Yeah.
So they can't vote.
Yeah.
So they can't take part in our elections because they're not legally supposed to be here. That is who is disenfranchised, and that's who the Democrats are protecting. That's all. That's all it is.
And John Fetterman even tried to say, hey, y'all, letting all those people in, this ain't good. This is not going to work for us.
Yeah, let's play the audio. John Fetterman, he was on a podcast, and he laid out that, and keep in mind, we have what's going on with ICE. We have this as an 80-20 issue. We have where mass immigration, mass deportation, we've gone through the numbers. Somewhere between 56 and 65% of Americans want everyone out. I would have thought that was always going to be one of those, like, all right, maybe like 35, 40% of the country would say all of them out. You know, obviously the criminals, that's one thing. That's in the 85 percentile range. But the fact that a majority of Americans want everybody out, that is what John Fetterman is telling you about their policy. Take a listen.
Now, back in December of 23, I've been trying to just warn my party, saying the border's a disaster. And now if you start looking at the numbers showing up the encounters, I mean, that's almost 300,000 a month. And I put that in the size of Pennsylvania terms, and that's Pittsburgh. That's Pittsburgh every month. And things are clearly out of control. And our Democratic-led cities like Chicago or Denver or New York City overwhelmed, and they have to buy hotels. And they even had migrants living at Logan in Boston. And now the Democrats were saying, oh, no, it's all good. Everything's okay. And now more and more some of those mayors like Adams and others start to say, we need help. What's going on? This is out of control. And, try to pretend that's not where we're at. And I tried to warn, saying, if you don't do this, we're going to burn for that, because that's not sustainable. And even if you are just only concerned about the welfare of the migrants, as I am, how can you possibly give them the American dream when it's $300,000 a month? So for me, this is part of the backlash, and that started that.
That's funny he said backlash, because I actually made that note. I was like, this is the natural reaction to when you open the border and do something so overwhelming, people just naturally reject it all. Say, no, we want no part of it. And I even wrote down, it's a backlash. And then he used the actual line.
You spent so much time for the better part of 60 years telling Black America, listen, we're going to take care of all this stuff for you. And then you didn't do anything other than give them an Obama phone. Okay? You've told poor people for years, we're going to help you. We're going to get you out of poverty. But the goal was always to keep you there, right, so that
because it benefits us.
So you maintain your power. And then when you had 300,000 people pouring across this border a month, you said, here's a 4 or 5 star hotel, here's a phone, here's a card, here's the American dream.
Actually handing all those things that you'd been promised over, handing it over to people.
And it pissed people off.
Right, because you've been lying to them for years. After a while, people are like, okay, you've told me that it's raining when you've been peeing on my head for 60 years.
Yeah.
And now I actually see you doing what you've been promising. I'd be furious, too.
And Fetterman is not wrong, and I think the number is important. If it was 30,000, maybe you don't notice it quite as much. Maybe it's not so widespread because it wasn't in your face in every New York hotel or Hartsfield-Jackson Airport or Logan in Boston. It's not in your face that way because you're able to kind of disperse and hide and move some people around. But they didn't care about that. They wanted the numbers to be overwhelming. They wanted to flood the zone. And so Fetterman's dead on right. He's like, everything that's going on right now, it's our fault. They're reaping it.
I just don't understand why he continues to caucus with them, because it appears, at least from what he says, and maybe even with the SAVE Act, he's kind of, I don't know, changing his voting strategy. I don't know that. That's one vote out of many that he's voted with the Democrats. But at some point, he's going to have to wake up and be like, these people don't represent anybody that I represent in Pennsylvania. The ideas that they have do not represent anything that I tell my constituents, whether Republican or Democrat, in Pennsylvania. None of them match up, so I've got to do something different.
Yeah, I think that's extremely accurate. I think that he's having to look at himself in terms of what he's representing and knowing that, as we even pointed out last week, he gets most of his death threats from the Democrats.
He said it.
And yet he's in a purple state where he's trying to represent a mixed faction. I mean, he's got probably, I know the numbers are right around 25-30% of Republicans who have voted for him, whereas it's like 80% of Democrats. So it's like he is having to represent both ends. But I think he also recognizes as well, this other end is nuts.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like they are not legislating from a perspective that he has to deal with, which is I need Republicans and Democrats to be voting for me.
Well, the word's not out yet that the Democrat Party is the party of communism. It's getting out, but it's not all the way out yet.
I still refer to it as the party of pedophilia. See how they
that too.
See if they can put that on a poster. Communism, pedophilia. You pick which one you want.
Both, actually. If you think about it, it's just weird and gross. All of it. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063 when we come back. AOC is just out of her league. She even said so herself, as a matter of fact. We'll remind you when she said that next on Extra 1063.
106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 17th. From the NFL, a flurry of moves around the league as the Miami Dolphins, they are cleaning house. The team plans to cut leading sacker linebacker Bradley Chubb either as a start of year or June 1st designation, along with 8-time Pro Bowl receiver Tyreek Hill, who is coming off a knee injury that ended his previous season. Hill turns 32 years old next month. College basketball action. Georgia Tech is off tonight. They will host 14th ranked Virginia tomorrow night. As for this evening, Georgia, they're on the road taking on Kentucky. That tip-off is set for 9 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Is your entire home winter ready? Every entry point? Cold air is invading your home through your windows, entry doors, and your biggest entry point, your garage door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Keep that cold air out of your home and save on your heating bills with energy-efficient windows, entry doors, and garage doors from All Four Seasons. We're proud to be celebrating a quarter-century of quality work and customer care. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Are you a fraud-paying American? 1 in 4 tax-paying Americans have been victim of identity fraud. With LifeLock, your identity, if it's stolen, they fix it guaranteed or your money back. And last year, billions in refunds were stolen. Could be from your salary, overtime, or second job. Gone. But this year, you don't need to stay a victim. Because this tax season, fraud-paying American is something no American should have to claim. Save up to 40% off your first year with the promo code BECK. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms do apply.
Are you paying too much in taxes? Most people are, and they don't even realize it. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Every year, hardworking individuals and business owners send more money to the IRS than they legally have to. I hate to see it. Not because they did anything wrong, but because the tax code is complex. It's always changing, and it's full of opportunities most people never hear about. So here's the real question. Could you be paying less in taxes? With the right strategy, many people can. Through smarter planning, overlooked deductions, and better retirement and income decisions, you can win in retirement. That's why we're offering a complimentary tax analysis. No cost, no obligation, just a clear look at where you may be overpaying and what you can do about it. Stop guessing, get answers. Call Nicholas Wealth Management 678-990-8500, 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
Your drive home has never been better. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. And here's what you missed.
Ocasio, Bangbanio, Stupidio. We're going to play cut number 5 and then 2 right off the bat here, Flounder. Ocasio, Bangbanio, Stupidio was at that Munich Security Conference, a town hall. And here's the question that somebody asked Ocasio Bangbango Stupidio, number 5, about world affairs and what role America should take under certain circumstances. Founder cut number 5.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
All right, here we go.
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a,
Today, Junior!
This is, of course, a very long-standing policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
Everyone in this room is now dumb for having listened to it.
I can handle things. I'm smart. I'm like everybody says. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
My God, how is it possible that she doesn't have an answer for every possible question at an international conference?
The Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder are only on Extra 106.3 FM and listen anytime on the Extra app.
Well, I think I can shed some light on the concern that the Kimmer Show had about AOC. And it won't take long for you to understand once you hear her say that she has no idea what it is that she's talking about. It's really, really telling that it's actually AOC that lets you know, hey, I don't know anything about global affairs. We will let's do a quick flashback here on Extra 106.3.
We said all there is to say, baby, flashback. Go ahead and give it to me. Flashback.
So keep in mind, AOC made a fool of herself when asked about the U.S. relationship with Taiwan and what would happen or what should happen if China were to invade. So let's flash back to when AOC was on PBS. She said, I'm no expert on these geopolitics.
But I am, of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics and the war in the Middle East is very different than people expressing their First Amendment right to protest.
Well, yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that, to me, is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
You use the term the occupation of Palestine. What did you mean by that?
Oh.
I
think what I meant is like the settlements that are increasing in some of these areas and places where Palestinians are experiencing difficulty in access to their housing and homes.
Do you think you can expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also I am not the expert on geopolitics on this issue.
So all of that just to say I have no idea what I'm talking about, and I made up this answer, or I heard it on CNN or MS Now, or maybe somebody told me this is what I should say, so I did. No, I have no idea what I'm talking about, and then she concludes by saying I'm no expert on geopolitical issues. Good heavens!
Jeez. I think that I think that.
I don't know what I think. Wow. I have any idea, dude. But that's the whole point: is that she's admitted on multiple occasions now that she has no idea what she's talking about, and then we've seen her on multiple occasions proving to everyone that she has no idea what she's talking about.
And to hear when she's surprised by a follow-up question as if whatever she said previously was going to be enough. Yeah. Like, that's all you need to know.
Do you want to elaborate on that? She was not prepared for that, especially on PBS. PBS isn't supposed to ask that question. Dude, give PBS credit.
Yeah, for actually making it a point to, can you elaborate on what you just said?
No. No, I can't. No, I'm no expert. Yeah, we know. It's very clear. We know. And the New York Times knows, and everybody knows.
It's just that when you're seeking more power. And that's what this really comes down to. You don't go on a speaking tour like this where she's the headliner. You know, she's part of these forums where she's sitting and making it a point to take on all comers, to show you her ability, to be able to break down this info. This is what she's attempting to do, and this is how poorly it comes across when she actually has to expound on something more than just, here's the canned answer that I came ready with.
Dude, Donald Trump went off on Air Force One. I saw this video this morning early, and he just torches AOC and Gavin Newsom and Hillary, too, for the most part. But he says they're incompetent. At least Hillary's competent. Now, she's angry. She's a very angry woman. She's very angry.
Out of the world.
she's completely furious. But AOC has no idea what she's talking about. No idea how to answer a question. Gavin destroyed California. AOC has no idea. Hillary's at least competent. She's angry, but competent. That's great. That is, and it's so true. Like, if Hillary were a force for good, she could probably get some things done. She's obviously not. She's a force for anything but good. But it just got me to thinking about it a little bit, Los, and I want to play just 30 seconds, and I asked Bryce to get us 30 seconds of this incredible speech that Marco Rubio gave over in Munich, and then we'll compare and contrast. Let's start with Marco. Do you have it? We good?
We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it.
Dude, I mean, this guy is eloquent. Like, I don't know who wrote the speech, but it was so well prepared. I mean, this is like Ronald Reagan-esque kind of speech. And you're so blown away by it. Like all the things that he's calling the Europeans on, saying, look, we need to embrace what made us who we are. All of these incredible ideas and principles that we share, that y'all are squandering, by the way, and we're trying to protect from being squandered in America. J.D. Vance, if you remember, J.D. Vance went over there and he was like, you guys are fools. You know, he just went straight at them the last time he was over there. He said, like, I don't know what we got in common anymore. Marco comes in, he's a little softer and lays it out in a way that, you know, that sounds so incredible.
I believe this is a response to what we had during the Biden administration. And the reason why is that Joe Biden was incapable of speech. Okay? He was incapable of stringing together coherent answers. And so now I think Americans have had their guard up ever since that debate in June of 2024 that if somebody cannot function, if they cannot talk, they probably shouldn't be leader of the free world. And so how you present yourself, the way you say things, how you address questions and answers, considering Joe didn't take any, obviously Trump takes as many as he can, I think that's now become like this prerequisite where can you speak?
Yeah.
And it's almost because I was told in 2020, no. The whole world's on fire. It's fine if you can't even function.
Oh, it's all good. No, we're just fine. Everything's good. Pay no mind to the fires, the giant fires.
And to just highlight it, just as you're putting it forth there, Tug, Marco Rubio is polished. He sounds great.
Yeah.
He's got it now.
So impressive.
He's into a speech, whereas AOC, a multitude of times, not just on this tour, but even in the past, whenever she's been asked a follow-up question, it's almost like somebody ran over her dog.
Yeah, it is.
Like, what? How dare you?
Yeah.
What?
Matter of fact, why don't we give people that? Since you brought it up, let's play a little piece. Consider what you heard from Marco Rubio. Consider what Los said about stringing together coherent sentences and the fact that Joe Biden couldn't. And then now listen to AOC and think about the two. Who do you trust? Who do you think has their S together? Marco Rubio and the Republicans or AOC and the Democrats? Here's AOC.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, I think that.
What do you think?
This is a this is, of course, a very long-standing policy of the United States.
We can dump out there. You understand. You know exactly what you heard. Eloquent, well put together, knows exactly what he's talking about, understands the world stage, understands what's at stake for the United States and the world. And then AOC, when asked about one issue inside the world, not the whole world, just one issue with Taiwan, and just goes off the rails. Dude, it's clear. It's so clear. It should be obvious to anybody that can understand, the English language, which person represents or better represents the interest of the United States.
And Marco Rubio, I get it. If you want to draw a line and say, well, that was a speech, she's having to answer questions on the fly. No, legitimate. Except that Marco Rubio sounds the exact same when you ask him questions.
That's exactly right, Los. It wouldn't matter. If he were asked that question in place of AOC, his answer would have been coherent. His answer would have been along the lines of everything that Donald Trump says, America first. It would have been well put together. It wouldn't have been, well, you see, I think it's longstanding. It wouldn't have been that. Dude, just an actual coherent sentence would have been better than anything that she did.
And bigger picture, this is a woman that's getting serious discussion for leading the Democrat Party in 2028. How bad off must they be that they've actually gone to the, well, why don't we try the bartender actress?
It's funny. I just see where Scott Jennings says, Marco Rubio gave the speech of a lifetime, which I agree. I think it was incredible. I think it's actually not getting enough attention, even though it's gotten a lot. And the Dems send their brightest AOC, and she crapped the bed in front of the world. That's Scott Jennings. She crapped the bed.
That's accurate.
Oh, it's deadly accurate, which is the main point.
As we talked about it in the opening segment, she actually reached out to the New York Times to please
clarify.
help me.
Clarify, please.
Help me.
Yeah, and there's no helping her. The left's rebrand continues ahead of the midterms next and extra.
If Minnesota has shown us anything, it's that the left will side with rioters over America. The real immigration crisis is inside blue cities, whose years of soft-on-crime, open border policies are now colliding with public safety. Atlanta's conservative news and talk station won't be swayed by headwinds of left-wing media. We'll always give you the facts from the most trusted voices in the country. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance bail bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
They hear this every year. I'll deal with those windows later and then turn into another Georgia summer before it's too late. Hey, do something special to take care of those windows. My buddy Jeff at Peach State Windows says now the smart time to act right now. Jeff's family-owned company serving Georgia homeowners for more than 50 years. I've known Jeff and his wife for more than 25 years, and these folks are pros. Family businesses, too. They build windows that stand up to Georgia heat, cold snaps, and everything in between. And yes, still one of the best deals you'll hear. 8 premium double-hung Energy Star replacement windows fully installed for just $39.95. That's 8 windows, top of the line, for under $4,000 installed. How about this? How about 0% financing for 12 months? There's no reason now to keep putting it off. Go to peachstatewindows.com. Here's that number, 770-485-8011. Make the uglies go away. 8 Energy Star replacement windows under $4,000. peachstatewindows.com.
It's February 17th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is My Way Day. This is not about the mega hit from the legendary crooner Frank Sinatra. The day encourages you to do whatever, however you want, just make sure it's legal. In 1801, Thomas Jefferson is elected the 3rd president of the United States. and marks the first peaceful transfer of power from one political party to another in the United States. At the Winter Olympics in Nagano, Japan in 1998, the U.S. women win the first Olympics gold medal for ice hockey, defeating Canada 3-1. Born on this day in 1991, singer-songwriter Ed Sheeran.
Baby,
The 2014 single Think Out Loud earning him 2 Grammy Awards for Song of the Year and Best Pop Solo Performance. Reality star Paris Hilton, born on this day in 1981. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Finally, there is conservative talk in Atlanta, Georgia.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
This is a Fox News alert. The Reverend Jesse Jackson has died. I'm Dave Anthony. The civil rights leader was 84.
I would like to be measured by my box score, not by the home run or the strikeout, but being a long-distance servant.
Jesse Jackson's family put out a statement. He helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity and died peacefully this morning.
Jackson had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2013. In April, that diagnosis changed to progressive supranuclear palsy, a neurological disorder. Jackson gained prominence during the civil rights movement, working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He ran for the Democratic presidential nomination twice in 1984 and 1988. Jackson founded the Rainbow Push Coalition, an advocacy organization aimed at changing public policy and expanding opportunities for minorities.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. A police officer is being mourned in Indiana after being shot and killed responding to a disturbance in Beech Grove in the Indianapolis area. Another officer was wounded, and after a manhunt, the suspected gunman was found late last night. Shots also fired at a high school hockey game in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. 2 people were killed, 3 critically wounded.
An ATF source tells us that the gunman shot his wife and 2 kids before turning the gun on himself, dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police have identified the shooter as 56-year-old Robert Borgen, but say he may have identified as transgender, going by the name Roberta Esposito.
Fox's Todd Pyro. There are 2 sets of talks going on in Geneva. The U.S. is brokering peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, and the U.S. and Iran are talking through a mediator as President Trump threatens another attack if Iran doesn't scale back its nuclear program.
Iran's supreme leader is watching U.S. warships amass in the Arabian Sea, but more dangerous than a warship, says Ayatollah Khamenei, is the weapon that can send it to the bottom of the sea.
America's listening to Fox News.
You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like Sandra. She wrote into me. She said, Glenn, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on your radio show for a couple of years. I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping with my back pain. With the 3-week quick start, I went for it. I feel like a new person. Sandra's own words, and it's gratifying to hear. Thank you, Sandra. When I read stories like this, I remember how I was starting to lose hope, and it feels good to help people all over America live pain-free again. It was created by doctors. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients that supports the body's natural inflammatory response. And hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Sandra and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So try it yourself. The 3-week quick start. See how Relief Factor could be a game changer for you as well. Call the number 800-4-RELIEF. 1-800-4-RELIEF. Or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait any longer. Get out of pain today.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Extra 106.3. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Son, I don't even want to talk over this. Gosh, nitty-gritty dirt band, fishing in the dark. You gotta remember, I have a music background, so I would never, in my past life, I would never speak over them singing. I would never do that. So I feel some kind of way about doing it this morning. Morning, y'all. Tug and Los. Until 10 here on Extra 106.3. You're about, 25 minutes, a little less than 25 minutes away from the Talkmaster Neal Boortz, the unbelievable, the unmatched wisdom of Neal Boortz. Can't wait to check in with the Talkmaster, see what's on his mind. You just never know. You never know. It could be something that's happening around the world, could be something that's happening in his personal life, but you just never know which way, the twists and turns of having Neal on the show, and that's why we love it. That's why we love talking to Neal Boortz. It'll be a good conversation, as it always is. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Front office Los. Trump be in town on Thursday. We got him coming to Rome, Georgia.
Okay, Rome, Georgia.
Yeah.
Doing it big in Rome.
Dude,
which doesn't mean that you won't be dealing with traffic in Atlanta.
No, that's right. Exactly. Because
for anyone who's like, hey, he's going to Rome, we'll be fine.
Us. Because most likely he'll land here at Dobbins.
Yep.
Right? And then the motorcade will take him up 75, and then they'll get off, because Rome decided years ago that they did not want I-75 to connect Rome. They were like, no, we don't want that. Looking back, probably a bad idea.
Well, it didn't crush them, but it does make it kind of weird to get over there.
It does, and it's beautiful country. I love Rome, Georgia.
Yeah,
man.
it's a pretty area.
Family and friends over that way, and grew up going to Rome as a kid a whole lot, and now they got the Rome Emperors, the single A baseball team over there, which is cool to see. Nice little stadium over there. So Rome is great. I love Rome. Then a week from today, the State of the Union address. So just some things to put on your radar this morning here with the Morning Xtra. Let's do the first thing to know this morning, because there is a whole lot to get to, from rebranding to trans violence. I mean, there's just a lot going on.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
No, sir.
Put a boot in your ass.
Where?
Courtesy of the Morning Xtra.
Tug and Los. Bend over.
Get geared up. Get ready. Here it comes.
Here it comes. It's not going to be nice. It is not going to be a pleasant boot.
Well, let's face it. You don't want to be left where you just don't have an idea when you get to your destination and somebody says, hey, did you hear about what happened yesterday in Rhode Island? You're like, no, I have no idea. Hey, did you hear Jesse Jackson passed? Hey, I had no idea.
That's right.
Hey, do you know that the Democrats are rebrand? Hey, I had no idea. This is what we're trying to do for you. It's a public service here.
That's right. That's what we do, provide public service for the greater Atlanta area. And then truly with the app, you can listen to that anywhere. You'd be on the moon, for that matter, and listen. You can listen in Canada, because Jeff, our good listener up there, we got listeners out in Oklahoma that are part of the 4-hour club, listening to the show. So, yes, there's so many people that are listening from here, there, and everywhere, and we appreciate everybody being here. But let's talk about that rebrand, Los, because it is something that they have to do. They know they have to do it. It's not just you and I making something up. It's clear Hillary Clinton really started it on the international stage at the Munich Security Conference by saying, well, of course mass migration failed. It went too far. But then, she wanted to make sure that she threw some red meat to the leftists and said, well, we can't just go murdering people, though. I mean, we gotta do this thing the right way when we clamp down on illegal immigration.
I'm going to highlight this with some Barack Obama audio, but I just want to set the tone for how this is going to work. The Democrats are going to take what happened in Virginia. They're going to expand it across the country.
Yep.
And in a similar fashion to when I said, why don't you take our best ideas and expound on them? So they're now trying to come across as, that open border, that wasn't us. And that was a mistake.
Yeah.
I can't believe that we should be dealing with this. Now, what they're going to do, and in this case with Barack Obama, once we get a chance to hear this, you're going to say to yourself, this sounds like very reasonable. This sounds like something I could vote for. Trump and his administration are bad. You're going to tell yourself, man, that's a logical response to a question about what's going on in this country. But there's another side of that pancake. Take a listen to Obama on a podcast explaining about our country.
But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws. We have borders. And we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not fully capture the degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid, but we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not, and that they want an orderly immigration system. And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody's going to point at that child and say, well, so you don't care about that kid, so you must be a bad person.
All right. So that sounds very measured. We need something that makes logical sense. All right, what he's not telling you is this. What the Democrats fully intend to do is if they ever find themselves in position, they're going to grant full citizenship to everyone who crosses that border and who's already here.
And if you don't believe that's the case, look at what they're doing in Spain. It's the exact same playbook.
It's amnesty, except they won't even be known as amnesty because amnesty is a bad word. It's a buzzword. It doesn't work. It'll be compassion. It'll be compassionate immigration. That is what you're battling. That is where nothing's changed with Hillary. Nothing's changed with Barack Obama. They're just trying to clean up the messaging to sound a little bit more how you feel. But what they're missing here, the compassion ain't part of the American lexicon right now when it comes to immigration.
No.
It's just not there.
Yeah, because Americans are sick of it. They've seen what you told us was going to happen and what has actually happened. You told us everything was going to be great. Man, just having newcomers here that are going to do jobs that Americans won't do. And, it's going to lift, rising tides going to lift all ships. And it's done the exact opposite. We see incredible fraud in Minneapolis. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, because Nick Shirley's actually moved on to California now and is going to start investigating some of the fraud out there and some of the voting irregularities. He's already posted a video of a dog that got to vote. A dog. You heard me right. A dog. A dog was registered to vote. And a dog, someone took that name and went and voted in California.
There was a multitude. I believe the number ended up working out to about 150 people that were registered to vote out of a UPS store.
Yeah, exactly. And look, all of that's happening in Atlanta, Georgia. Don't make a mistake. Don't think it only happens in blue cities and blue states, although Atlanta's a blue city for sure. But Georgia's not a blue state. You would think in Georgia things would be better. It's not. All of that fraud is really is right there. It's happening right under your noses and using your tax dollars typically to get it done. And then, after we saw what Hillary said, trying to moderate, talking about how mass migration didn't work, Obama, the same way, went after Gavin Newsom, said the homeless problem in California is unsustainable and Americans don't want it. You're right, they don't.
See, and I think that's also very telling as well. I believe that they have looked at the poll numbers and they believe that Gavin Newsom's cooked in this thing. Now, you can find a poll every now and then that'll be like, oh, he's the leader for the presidential run for the Democrat side in 2028.
Yep.
I don't believe that between what's going to come down with the fraud angle, obviously the homeless angle where $24 billion is missing. No one knows what happened to it. We could talk about the Pacific Palisades fires. None of the money made it over to the people. It was distributed amongst all the non-government organizations, and then poof, it all disappeared. There's so many problems that Gavin Newsom has. I think that the plan is moderate, make it sound like we are a group of people that are sane, though not. And then let's try and find somebody who can speak to the masses, which, again, the giant strikeout by AOC and the problem that Gavin Newsom has is not helpful.
That's right. It's a long tease, but there is one person that is their best option, and we'll get to that in the next hour, the best option for the Democrats. It's almost laughable that this person is the best option.
It's their own doing.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. But you're right about Gavin Newsom. There's a reason that they're okay with going after him, knowing that the homelessness in California is unmatched, except for maybe up in Portland or Seattle. But I mean, it's unbelievable the fact that you walk in this beautiful city. I mean, I've not spent a lot of time in California. Been to San Diego one time, but everybody tells me that San Francisco is the most beautiful city in the United States. I've heard that from multiple people. And they're like, I can't believe that I walk down the street and there's a homeless encampment that's a mile long and there's poop on the sidewalk. I can't believe that they've allowed this to happen. So I think you're right. They know Gavin Newsom can't be taken serious because for gas prices up in California yesterday went up by 40%, or 40 cents rather. Went up 40 cents because they're closing down all the refineries. What is it? Valero's already closed. There's another refinery. Pardon me for not remembering the company, but we'll say Phillips or something. It's one of those like that. They're closing those down. They're not even going to be able to provide their own power for the people that live there. And then think about the transportation, cars and trucks. They're not going to be able to do that either. They have nothing. Everything is falling apart in California around Gavin Newsom, and I think that's why you're right, Los, that they realize it, and they're like, we got to pivot away. Who do we go with? Can't be AOC.
No.
She just embarrassed us, too.
She just went ahead and like I said, crapped the bed. That is going to be the next puzzle piece. They're going to try and play this role of, we're a kinder, saner Democrat Party for 2026. No, we don't plan to open up the border. No, somebody else did that. No, we don't want to legalize all these people and give them the same status as you have. No, that's not the concern. Everybody knows that's exactly. If you're plugged in, you know exactly what is going on there. So I think that's the first hurdle before they even get to 2028 and start trying to figure out what do they have that's viable. Because even a bit of a dark horse, like even a Wes Moore, have you seen the information on what he's lied about in his life? It's insane.
I've not, but it wouldn't surprise me.
The amount of things that he has brought up and claimed credit for that just aren't true. Now, to me, that's how about 3 weeks ago they were like, hey, Wes, you got to sit this one out, man. Like, I know you're squawking a lot, but we got problems here. And the situation that we had with Governor Waltz now puts us in a position where we can't just launch the next phony.
Yeah, and he is the governor of Maryland, just in case, you don't recognize or you can't put together who Wes Moore is. That's because he was, he was the guy there for a minute. He was the person in the spotlight, especially with that bridge falling down, after the barge hit it or whatever, that merchant ship hit it. And he was in the center of everything. And there for a minute, he was getting, like you're saying, he was getting some looks. People were talking about him a little bit. And then saying what you did, Los, now all of a sudden, not a peep. Not a word.
Not a word has come out of there ever since. And taking a look back, these are all stories from mid-January to the first week in January, and that's pretty much when they decided, in my opinion, we're sinking Wes Moore. We're not going down this road because there's too many holes in the resume over the things he's claimed versus what has actually been credited to his ledger.
Yeah. I want to play this. It's kind of random, a little bit random, but I want to play this liberal man who got red-pilled out in Portland. He's a guy that is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Listen to him go, wait a minute, what I thought I was and what I am are very different.
Alrighty, y'all. I moved to Portland, Oregon about 4 years ago from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Before I left Pittsburgh, I considered myself pretty far left, and then COVID happened, and then I moved to Portland and saw what far left really looked like, and I feel like the left has lost all common sense at this point. But all that being said, being in Portland, I truly feel like I'm in a twilight zone every day. It really exposes how ugly the far left can really be, because it's what I'm surrounded by on a daily basis. They're totally fine with walking past homeless people that are intense, that are having mental breakdowns right in the middle of the street and acting like, oh, that's normal. This happens in every city. I just happen to walk by it every day to go get my latte. No big deal. And it's dude, I thought the left was supposed to be empathetic. I thought the left cared about the environment, because if you look at what the homeless population out here alone just does for the environment, it's pretty insane. But all that being said, I feel like all the morals have went out the window. All the things that y'all truly fought for went out the window. Now it's all about protesting Tesla, hating Trump, and fighting for men to have babies or something. It's literally crazy out here. And I know I should have known this moving out here, but I really thought we'd have some common ground, considering I used to be one of you. But
see, I used to be like one of you. That's what he said. He was like, I thought I was liberal till I got out here and saw how crazy y'all really are.
So we played that, and it's now about a year old, and the why it jumps out to me. It took all of Tug, 1 month. Yep. 1 month into the new administration for that guy to look around and go, seriously, y'all keying Teslas?
Yeah.
Because that man is running Doge. There's now people, and this has now been a little bit more steady, who were keying Teslas or attacking Tesla dealerships 1 year ago in February and into March of last year that are now starting to stand trial and are having some of their punishments come down on them. And it makes you think, seriously, a year ago you were walking around and keying cars?
Well,
like,
but you got
what kind of an idiot are you?
Yeah, right. And Dylan Bryan Adams, he's one of the guys that were keying those Teslas, responsible for also reviewing Medicaid fraud in Minnesota, worked for the government.
Keying Teslas, walking around keying Teslas.
Like, all of a sudden, everything kind of makes sense. You're like, oh, this dude keyed 6 Teslas in Minneapolis, and he actually works for the corrupt government in Minnesota, worked for Governor Walz. Oh, everything's kind of coming together. It all makes sense. They're not moderate. They're not going to moderate. They're selling you a bill of goods so that maybe if you've been a Democrat your whole life, you can go, okay, see, now they are making more sense.
They realize they made an error.
They know. You know, it's just that one guy that moved from Pittsburgh to Portland. You know, that's just one instance. We're not all like that. Barack Obama's not like that. Did you not hear him? Hillary, she's even pointing out she realizes mass immigration didn't work. Mass migration doesn't work. See how moderate they are? Do not fall for it. They are lying to you. They're lying to you just to get your vote. And they will continue to do all the far left crazy stuff that the man that went out to Portland has seen for the last year. Just be aware. That's what it is. When we come back, Neal Boortz, the talk master. The only place to hear him is on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Kawasaki. When we're busy outside working this spring, no one wants their mower to stop halfway through the cut. If you've ever had that scenario, there's that moment of, uh-oh, what is wrong with this thing? Now, that's where, hey, you want to get your maintenance taken care of so that when it's time to start cutting, everything works. That's why you head over to Howard Brothers and trust the genuine Kawasaki parts that they carry. Their quality parts, they make all the difference when it comes to taking care long-term of your lawn equipment. Whether you're gearing up for a busy season or you're looking to just tune up your machine for peak performance, Kawasaki parts keep your engines running stronger, longer. Find your Kawasaki parts at Howard Brothers today.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
February is Heart Health Month, and heart problems don't care what month it is, and everybody knows somebody with a heart issue, a parent, maybe you, maybe me, and you have health insurance, so you're covered, right? And, well, maybe until you see the out-of-pocket costs, insurance doesn't pay. If a heart attack or stroke hits, you're suddenly staring at deductibles and missed paychecks, mortgages due, bills don't take sick days. You don't need a second heart attack from opening the mail. Well, nobody wants to start a GoFundMe either to get back on your feet. That's why our listeners now have added a separate heart and stroke plan. It can pay a lump sum cash benefit on the first covered event up to $75,000 paid directly to you. Benefits vary by plan and eligibility. It's usually affordable. You can call Stephen to get the details. It takes about 2 minutes to check your options. The Health Insurance Doctor, solving problems you don't see coming before they happen. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. Ask about the heart and stroke coverage. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
If you've received a notice from the IRS, do not ignore it. The IRS doesn't issue empty warnings. They will take action if you miss their deadlines. This is especially true if you own a business and you're behind on payroll taxes. The IRS can shut down your business, seize your accounts, even go after you personally. Now, trying to handle the IRS alone, a little bit risky, and could leave you in a much worse situation. You need professional support. So call Rush Tax Resolution at 877-554-RUSH. Rush Tax has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and is the only company I trust and recommend if you're facing IRS trouble. When you mention my name, Rush will provide a free IRS transcript investigation, a service that other firms typically charge about $500 for, often without even confirming that they can help you or not. Rush offers this upfront and for free, and they'll only take your case if they know they can help you, period. So don't wait or hope the problem disappears. Get a Rush tax attorney and protect yourself today. 877-554-RUSH. 877-554-7874. Or go to rushtaxresolution.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 17th, and here are your headlines. Civil rights groups are pushing to limit how data seized in the Fulton County election office raid can be used, calling for protections on voter information and raising concerns about privacy and potential misuse of personal data. The group filed court briefs saying the documents unsealed so far don't justify broad access to sensitive records, and they want the judge to set clear boundaries on future disclosures. Metro Atlanta native Elena Myers-Taylor has won a gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Milan, adding to her decorated bobsled career and becoming one of the most successful U.S. athletes in sports history. Myers-Taylor's latest victory caps years of consistent excellence on the world stage and helps boost Team USA's medal count to 6 in Italy. And finally, more than 40 Cobb County schools were recognized for academic excellence by State School Superintendent Richard Woods, earning awards for literacy, math, or both based on strong performance and growth on Georgia Milestone Test. The honors highlights schools across the district and underscore continued efforts to improve student achievement at all grade levels. Today's weather is mainly sunny with a high of 73 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Oh, here we go. If you're not prepared, then I'm going to give you just a moment to buckle your seatbelt and get yourself in the right frame of mind to welcome Neal Boortz, the talk master, the legendary voice. The folks come from near and far to hear and see, and he's only on the Morning Xtra. Neal, good morning.
What a load.
Yeah, it might have been, but it sounded good.
Okay, quiz.
Sounded better than AOC.
Oh, no, quiz.
Oh.
Quiz.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, we had a shooting at a hockey rink.
Yes.
Somewhere.
Maine.
Yeah, Rhode Island. I mean, is there room in Rhode Island for a hockey rink?
Yeah. See, I guess so. Yeah.
But anyway, so I go into the AJC this morning. I mean, most newspapers, our favorite, the New York Post, whatever it is I'm reading, Daily News. What am I reading?
I don't know.
Yeah, but they identify the shooter at the hockey rink as a mentally ill, gender dysphoria suffering trans. Another trans shooting and killing people. What do you think the chances are that the AJC identified the shooter as trans?
Less than zero.
Less than zero. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure yet because I don't read the AJC that carefully anymore. Are they part of the leftist cabal now that identifies black criminals as having dark complexions?
To be honest, I don't know.
think they never point out anything.
I don't think they do,
about the perpetrators or who's being sought.
Well, one of I don't think it's the latest because I've seen this going on for many years, but it's spreading, and that is newspapers and outlets that don't want to appear racist will identify a shooter or a robber or a rapist or what is that as having a dark complexion.
Well, imagine how difficult this situation in Rhode Island must be for them, Neal, because not only is this a man who had surgery to be a woman, who is trans, but then also has Nazi tattoos. So now it's like the real debate of like, do we say that this is a Nazi enthusiast? Do we say that this is a white male? Is he possibly MAGA? Oh, wait, he's also trans. This is very difficult for them to handle.
Does he think cowboys come from Spain?
Unsure.
I know who does. I was like, the rest of the world were like, okay, where were these horses domesticated? AOC actually believed when she starts talking about, now, again, if you want to say vaqueros, okay, different. But she had no idea that cowboys are from Spain.
Oh, this has been, it's just been so rich with news lately. I just listened to y'all for 20 minutes. You would have been my show prep if I was still on the air.
Well, see, that's kind of you to say.
No, it's very true. But AOC, she is the very embodiment of that old phrase, sooner or later you got to talk to them.
Yeah, that's right.
And Tug has a crush, too.
Crush is strong, but I've always thought she was cute. Yes, I do. Crush. But I'm drawing back. I'm not going to lie. I'm pulling back. The more she talks, the less attractive she is.
Well, at first she doesn't have to say a damn thing.
Yeah, I know. And it's probably better that she doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that earliest video of her with her hair not in a ponytail, loose, flying around while she's dancing to something on a rooftop in Bronx, I don't know. I mean, she looked pretty hot there.
Yeah.
But good God, the girl doesn't have a brain cell.
Yeah, she struggles a whole lot. And we played a piece of audio probably before you joined us, Neal, of her saying...
I heard it.
The one where she says, I had no idea about...
I heard it.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, yeah, she said, look, I don't know anything about this. And then continually goes back and wants to be put in a position to talk about it. That is not a wise way of operating.
The Democrats continue to tout her as a possible presidential candidate.
I think that says a lot about them and the position they're in. Because, let's face it, she fundraises and she does well on social media. But beyond that, you can't put her out in front of a crowd and ask her to handle questions being thrown at her or to think and speak on her feet.
Oh, I hope she runs.
Oh, it'd be delicious. I'm hoping to get a ticket with her and Kamala Harris on it. Like that would be my dream, okay?
That'd be amazing.
Oh, and then I saw something in the AJC this morning while I was looking to see if they had the gonads to identify the shooter as trans. And now the residents of Atlantic Station apparently are demanding this, that, and the other thing. More say so. Atlantic Station residents want more say in its future. I love, and come on, I'll be honest, I love engaging and I told you so.
I think yes, definitely.
We've picked up on that before.
I really do. And when they first came up with that idea, I said, great idea, but the city of Atlanta is going to come in here and demand low-income housing and put certain other demands, and it's going to destroy the whole idea, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, one of the SB employees went over there. Oh, this is so cool! I'm getting an apartment right here in Atlanta. I can walk to groceries. I can walk to what is it, Dillard's? I don't know. And the next thing you know, she's there for about 2 weeks and starts seeing the drug deals going down in the hallways. And moves out just as quick. And what the residents in Atlantic Station need is to tell the city of Atlanta to shut up and let us organize this residential area, and you butt out with all of your low-income housing. And boy, somebody could make a lot of money if you're moving to Atlanta. Create a map that shows where all the Section 8 housing is. Mm-hmm. And with one simple instruction: don't move near them.
Avoid.
Just avoid. And which one of you was it that uttered the words a few minutes ago, Georgia's not a blue state?
I think it was me. I don't think it is a blue state. We have
Warnock, Ossoff, not a blue state.
Do you think that they won the election fair and square? Come on.
I think Ossoff's going to be reelected.
Well, dude, that breaks my heart to think that. But you're quite possibly right. I mean,
you talk about an empty vessel.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Which is maybe that goes in his favor, because unlike AOC, he doesn't put himself in positions to actually speak on something that he has no idea about.
Well, at least Warnock has a personality. I'll say that.
Yeah, a bad one, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, also in the AJC this morning, I've been waiting for, what's that, a moth? Get out of here, moth.
Get on out of here.
Yeah. I was waiting for, because this has really been bothering me. I mean, Donna say, Neal, what's bothering you? Well, actually, if she ever calls me Neal, I know I'm in deep.
You're in deep.
She's on to me now.
I can't remember the last time she called me Neal.
What does she normally call you?
Honey.
Okay, all right. So she says, Neal, what's bothering you? And you say,
well, I just want to know how I can support Muslims while they're fasting during Ramadan.
Oh.
Well, here it is. I mean, it's right here in the AJC on the opinion page.
Oh.
How to support those fasting during Ramadan.
Do they need
Small accommodations can make a big difference for observers of the month-long celebration. You know what? I could care less about finding ways to support Muslims during Ramadan. It is not on my radar. Let them celebrate how they want to.
Sure.
But why? A full-page feature story in the AJC.
Well, you have to show that you're on the team.
Oh boy.
I would look at it like this, and Tug and I, we have done fasting before. Like, we've been like, hey, we'll do a 36-hour fast, we'll do a 48-hour fast, just to kickstart your immune system and just have the health aspects. And none of the times that we've done that have we ever told anyone around us, well, don't eat. Yeah. Okay? It's like, because I firmly believe in that you do you. And I'll, right. You know what? I'm not going to get caught up in it, but I don't have to support you if you're handling something like Ramadan or a fast or anything else. It's on you.
Yeah, I mean, just look, one of the headlines here, sub-headline, fasting can make month harder for Muslims. Well, then don't do it!
Yeah, it's easy fix.
Yeah. As Sam Kennison would say, don't fast if it's so rough on you.
Yeah.
And what is that? That rag picker in the desert is the one that told you you're not supposed to eat for a month?
That's right.
Oh, God. and then there's this. Atlanta's ex-mayors defend minority contracting program. That's their Black History Month story.
Okay.
So now we got Ramadan for a month. We got Black History, but I noticed this picture of the mayors, and Maynard Jackson is not there. Of course, he is now not with us anymore. If he was there, he'd be celebrating his wife's little candy stand or whatever it was that she got at Hartsfield Airport because of minority contracting.
Oh, well, that's that's something. Hey, I want to go ahead, Los.
I was going to say, I want to. I mean, we're joined by the Talk Master Honey. I wanted to ask,
lovingly called Honey.
Lovingly called Honey. I wanted to ask about this because a lot of this is about. I think you have to tell the full story. So we lose Jesse Jackson overnight, at age of 84, and as I was pointing out when we opened up the show, you can talk about two completely different scenarios. You can talk about his work during the 60s when it came to civil rights, but you better, if you're telling the full story, talk about the Rainbow Coalition and some of the shakedowns that they were doing during the 80s, 90s, and into the aughts. Because, again, if you're telling the full story, I think you got to tell about both ends.
Well, I wasn't in the middle of it, but I was a party to some of it because I had some representations as a lawyer that attracted the interest of Jesse Jackson. And, so I'd find him in the middle of it meddling in somebody else's affairs, all for the purpose of, building his image or strengthening his image. I was not a fan.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. He was a shakedown artist. He would, in simple terms, threaten a business that he felt to be vulnerable to that sort of action. Maybe you want to contribute to the the coalition, whatever
Rainbow
we're calling
push.
it. Yeah, maybe you would like to contribute, or maybe you'd like some demonstrators outside of your corporate headquarters.
Because you're either doing one or you're getting the other.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean,
hey, Neal, along those lines, you talk about all the things that are in the AJC and the things that are talking about and promoting. You brought up the Ramadan thing and the Black History Month thing. Is there anything in there about the 250th anniversary of America? Say.
You know what? I don't digest it anymore. Okay, but I can't remember
I doubt
anything.
it. My point is, I doubt it. They're all the things that are going on. That's probably one, the marquee thing for this year. 250 years of this great nation. And they can't even come up with a daily story about how great the country is, or something good the country's doing, something good that we're all going to be we're all going to benefit from.
No, I don't. Maybe on the actual July 4th celebration, they might print a page. Who knows? Well, wait a minute. They don't print anything.
Yeah, that's right. Those days are over.
They might upload a page. But, the AJC is dead. What are they going to call it? They can't call it a newspaper anymore, can they?
Online newspaper. It's
digital publication.
Yeah. But there's a publication now. There's no paper.
No, digital publication. I think Los hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
But, people just call it a newspaper. They're always going to call it a newspaper. You know what I mean? Even though it's definitely not.
It just doesn't end up in your front yard anymore.
That's right. Yeah, which would have went straight to the recycle bin anyway.
My first ever job delivering papers.
At the AJC?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you grew up in Texas, right?
Well, I grew up all over the place.
Yeah, that's right.
My first paper boy. Can you say paper boy?
I believe so.
Better not.
Okay. No, sir. It's a paper person.
Cherry Point Marine Corps Air Station in North Carolina, where I delivered papers to all the warmongers.
No, hell. Look at
you. And then in Southern California, at El Toro Marine Corps Air Station, I would be the guy that I forget if I did this in the morning or the evening, but when the Marines marched or came out of the mess hall from their meal, I would be the guy out there with all sorts of newspapers stacked up selling them.
Okay. All right.
The officers' kids selling newspapers to the grunts.
How many did you sell? Was there grunts buying a whole bunch of them?
No, I maybe made $2 or $3 a day doing that. But it was safer than being a pin setter at the bowling alley.
Okay. So that's good news. At least you had a good positive outlet.
Okay, you talked about Rome and I-75. I didn't know that Rome specifically rejected I-75.
That's my whole life I've been told that. So that's just been my understanding that Rome, Georgia, they decided not to have 75 come through there. And Rome didn't grow because of it. That my whole life I've been told that.
Well, maybe that's the charm of Rome.
Yeah, it could be, and it is. It's a great little spot,
tucked away a little bit off the interstate. Yes.
Now, which one of you has the home up near Elegy and all
that? Neither of us. We don't. I want one. That's my dream to get one day.
Well, we've
rented a few up there, like Airbnb and things.
Well, I can't even tell you the name of it. But north of East Elegy I think it turns into 515 by that time.
Yes, sir.
Okay? There is, tucked back into the woods, one of the most wonderful restaurants I've ever been to.
Okay.
And I wish I could. Sometime I'm going to remember the name of it, because Belinda and her husband and Don and I went up there late last year in the fall. For a meal, Sunday brunch. It was great. There is so much appeal in North Georgia, and that's where a lot of halfbacks are living right now. You know what happened?
I do, yeah. They moved to Florida and then come halfway back.
Well, they moved out of the north to Florida and say, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And they went halfway back and ended up in Appalachia.
Yeah, that's right.
And wonderful. Okay, listen, I've got this too. About I-75, I don't know if this is urban legend or not. Maybe one of you guys can spend the time, because I don't care that much. And that was the interstates were Interstate 20, Interstate 75, Interstate 85 are all going to converge on Atlanta. Okay, so 75 and 85 were basically north-south interstates. So somebody came up with the bright idea, we can save a lot of money if we just combine 75 and 85 when it goes through Atlanta, and then split them into two different,
Yeah.
And one of them will go down the route, which is now Northside Drive, and the other one will just stay on the current route. Boy, that really worked out well, didn't it?
It's brutal. I was on it couple different times during the weekend, and every single time that you get together with 75, 85, it's a nightmare.
I mean,
north or south, either way.
Oh, it's horrible. Then you were talking about Marco Rubio and his great speech over there in Europe. Like, they ought to put it on a split screen with that idiot bartender.
That's kind of what we did.
Yeah.
But I've told you before, I don't know if you've ever looked it up. When Marco Rubio left the Florida state legislature as, I believe, Speaker of the House, he made a farewell speech to the Florida House of Representatives. And it is one of the greatest speeches you'll ever hear.
Dude, he's amazing. He is incredible.
No notes. No notes. He just started talking.
Dude, I love him. I think he's fantastic. And just the comparison. I mean, if you're a regular everyday voter, let's say you can, you fashion yourself as middle of the road, whatever. If you were to hear Marco Rubio speak and then hear AOC speak, dude, it's in the bag. We're winning. Nobody's voting for that clown.
Well, and they're both minorities, so they got, I don't know. It is a source of constant amazement to me that anybody pays any serious attention to AOC at all.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have a contest of who might be the cutest congresswoman.
Yeah, right. She's up there.
Anna Paulina Luna is winning that one, sir.
Yes, right. She's the grand champion for sure.
Well, no, who was the one with the purple hair and the big yellow glasses?
Oh, shoot! I forget her name. It'll come to me. She's from like Connecticut or something.
Where the hell is she from?
Yeah, she hides under bridges and scares children.
She's a troll.
That is one of the most frightening looking women I've ever seen in my life, never mind. And
Rose DeLauro.
Rose, yeah, oh my God.
So yeah, Connecticut. I had it right. I had the right state right.
Who would vote for that?
People in Connecticut, apparently.
And then overseas, you put a picture, and right now I'm not a big fan, but, sorry, Kristi Noem and that Rose chick, which one is the Democrat? Oh, that's a tough choice.
That's right.
Stereotypes exist for a reason.
Yes, they do.
Well,
absolutely.
Hey, stereotypes work because they're usually true.
That's right. They're based in experience.
Oh, and by the way, just so we brought it up, $33 million from the 1960s. Yes, the downtown corridor was set up to save money by combining the infrastructure.
Woo! And I'm reading that in 2019, the Rome News Tribune said it's a myth 75 was never going through Rome. I've been told that my whole life, but they felt so compelled to write an article just a few years ago because it's so believed to be true. How about that?
Rome's a good place.
I love Rome, yeah.
I used to play around at the airport up there all the time.
There you go, Neal Boortz, the talk master, the one, the only, the one that we love talking to every time we get a chance. Neal, thank you.
Okay, Boortz bus is on the road. Y'all be good.
All right, then. Y'all be safe.
Safe travels. Safe travels.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tug and Los until 10. When we come back, the CNNCYA.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 17th. From the NFL, a flurry of moves around the league as the Miami Dolphins, they are cleaning house. The team plans to cut leading linebacker Bradley Chubb either as a start of year or June 1st designation, along with 8-time Pro Bowl receiver Tyreek Hill, who's coming off a knee injury that ended his previous season. Hill turns 32 years old next month. College basketball action. Georgia Tech is off tonight. They will host 14th ranked Virginia tomorrow night. As for this evening, Georgia, they're on the road taking on Kentucky. That tip-off is set for 9 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
At the Honest Car Guy, the entire process is completely transparent. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee, and we even prove it by giving you a copy of the bill of sale. We can sell you any make, any year, any model, and at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off on your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Retirement should feel exciting, not stressful. But if you're close to retirement or already there, have you ever stopped to ask, do I really understand the risks to my plan? Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Things like market swings, higher taxes, inflation, healthcare costs, even living longer than expected can slowly chip away at your savings if you're not prepared. And even solid plans can have blind spots. That's why we offer a retirement risk analysis. It looks at how your investments, income, and taxes could hold up in real-life situations, not just on paper. It helps answer the big questions. What happens if the market drops? And will your money last as long as you do? If you're within 10 years of retirement or already retired, give us a call, 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com to schedule a complimentary retirement risk analysis. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you retire with clarity, confidence, and control.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
The legend Neal Boortz is only on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Yep, it seems that some people out there are really afraid to be called racist. I'm not one of them. First of all, I know what the word means. Most people that use it do not. Second of all, I know me better than the name callers, so it just runs off my back.
Atlanta Talk Radio legends are only on Extra 106.3.
If you missed Neal Boortz, the Talkmaster, you can go back and listen to him on the Extra 106.3 app. He'll always be there for you, as well as his commentary, which is coming up here in about 5 minutes on Extra 106.3. You're seeing it over and over again, whether on The View or MS Now or NBC Now, CNN. They have to do a big CYA, Los.
Yeah, this is new because it used to be in politics. You can pretty much go on any one of these shows and say whatever you wanted to, disparage your opponent. And in the era of Donald Trump, I think it just got ratcheted up. Like, for instance, I could say about my opponent, well, he's against tax cuts. Well, okay, that's all fine, and that's all in politics. He is not hard on crime. Okay, it's a matter of an opinion. When you start saying that someone is a pedophile or that they're a Nazi or whatever it is that they've decided to amplify all this stuff up. Okay, now we're changing the game. I want you to listen to this. This ends up being CNN yesterday, and they have Eric Swalwell on, the Democrat from California. Now, Eric Swalwell loves posting and saying things that are completely inaccurate about Donald Trump. In fact, he gets ratioed online on a regular basis. It's not a surprise for him to post something and the next 100 responses are, you're lying, here's the actual information, this is what you're doing. But in the era of Donald Trump, that cannot happen anymore because he's litigious. He goes after you. So take a listen. This is one of the hits. This is where I believe people like Eric Swalwell are going to have a harder time getting on network television because the networks do not want to be sued. Take a listen.
And also, by the way, the name that is listed the most in these files and talked about the most is Donald Trump. And of all the people that Jeffrey Epstein talked to in the world, and it looks like this guy got around, and there are millions of files, and Donald Trump's name is mentioned many, many times, up to 1 million. Some are speculating through the searches. There's only one person that Jeffrey Epstein described as his best friend, and that's Donald Trump. But the effort since this summer, and I want to just walk you through the timeline, has been to avoid this at all costs on the Republican side. They refused to swear in Adelita Grijalva when she would have been the person that got the Epstein discharge over the goal line. During the summer, they were willing to shut down the government because they didn't want these files to be released. And again, the Department of Justice won't release all of the files now, and many of them, are redacted, and only about 50% have come forward. It's a cover-up job at the Department of Justice, but we're not going away.
And certainly Trump's name has been in there quite a lot, and he has not been accused of any wrongdoing. But certainly it raises questions the way that this release has happened, as you noted, from the survivors themselves.
And that's all you really need to know right there.
Yeah. He's not accused of anything.
If you're insinuating, if you're saying, now let's lay out the actual factual information. When it comes to the party donations, Jeffrey Epstein donated about 90% of his donations to the Democrats. The other 10% found their way over to the Bushes. Okay, that's just what's part of his disclosure. So when he has his pictures in his apartment of here's Bill Clinton in a dress and here's George Bush knocking down towers, I firmly believe he's like, I got these bought and paid for.
Yeah, man. I got nothing to worry about. I can make these, and I can show people these. I can make them public, and they ain't going to be able to do nothing about it.
I got these guys in my hip pocket. Now, why? Because you can go through some of these files over at justice.gov. Why is Trump in there? Because just like the rest of these leftists with Trump derangement syndrome, this is all they could talk about. Going after Trump. Trump did this. How does this affect you with Trump? Trump. Anytime there's a mention of Trump, that's what you're getting. It wasn't like because Swalwell tries to turn it into like there was some sort of buddy correspondence.
He said he was Trump's best friend. That's what he said. Those are his words.
Yeah, the guy he ran out of his club and then basically was the initial whistleblower and an FBI informant against him. Yeah. It's his buddy. Yeah. But that's how they're trying to change the discussion. And that is where even CNN now, Tug, is covering their butt to make sure.
They have to. And it's good. It's funny to see them scramble. Trump not accused of anything.
Yeah, you spent a minute talking about all the stuff that you got. Hey, he might be in here a million times. Yeah. It's entirely possible because they were all talking about him. He was the freaking president.
Yeah, and the whistleblower.
And then he was the primary one that they're like, we got to get after this guy.
Yeah, Swalwell. All you have to do is say fang fang, and nothing else he says has any merit.
Didn't you sleep with a Chinese spy?
Yeah. Seems like there's something there, buddy.
As a head of the Intelligence Committee?
Come on, man. It's hard to take you serious. And not even hard. I do not take you serious. When we come back, another person I don't take serious is AOC, and that's why the Democrats are in big trouble. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Boortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the Nancy Guthrie saga has been going on for, about 2 weeks now? And it is a part of virtually every newscast on TV. And who couldn't predict this? It's causing some grumbling among the dumb masses, grumbling to the effect that maybe we're paying too much attention to this because Savannah Guthrie is white and her mother is white. Who didn't know it was eventually going to go there? Now, not a lot of agitators are saying this, but I've been seeing the posts. It's all about white supremacy. This story is getting so much attention because of white supremacy. No, it's getting a lot of attention because the news outlets, the rag mags, the TV networks, the newspapers, they are in business to make money. They make money by getting listeners and viewers and selling newspapers. To do that, they have to provide a product the public actually wants. And right now, the public wants news about Nancy Guthrie. And it would be a foolhardy news outlet to say, look, we've given this enough coverage and we need to focus on what we think is important rather than what our customers want. If this goes on long enough, we're going to see the left start demanding equitable news coverage. What is equitable news coverage? That would be where the subjects of news coverage are proportional to the ethnic populations of the newspaper or TV show in that area. Trust me, the people of this country are just that stupid. Well, Some of them. Neal Boortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. It's not a newsflash that congressional Republicans and President Trump face trouble heading into this fall's midterms. Since 1934, presidents of both parties have lost seats in 20 of 23 elections, and they've lost an average of 27 seats. There are 3 outliers. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt gained 9 seats in the 1934 midterm amid the Great Depression. President Clinton gained 5 seats after House Republicans went against public opinion, impeaching him in relation to his affair with Monica Lewinsky. And George W. Bush in 2002 picked up 8 House seats. That was amid the echoes of 9/11. One simple predictor on how a president's party might fare is his approval rating. A higher approval rating often triggers minimal losses, a lower approval, bigger losses. No president with an approval rating under 65% has gained seats in a midterm. In 2018, President Trump's approval rating was 44%, and his party bled 40 seats in the House. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Kimmer Show is live until 6 p.m. and Extra 106.3 has the rest of your night covered with Jesse Kelly up next. Fox Across America with Jimmy Vela at 9 p.m. and The Guy Benson Show at midnight. All live on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
This is a Fox News alert. A leader in the civil rights movement has died. I'm Dave Anthony. The Reverend Jesse Jackson.
That is the unfinished business that I'm about, fighting for equal opportunity for all Americans and peace in the world.
His family put out a statement that Jackson died peacefully this morning, surrounded by family, calling him a tireless change agent who elevated the voices of the voiceless.
Once a protege of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Reverend Jesse Jackson became one of the country's leading civil rights leaders in his own right, establishing the Rainbow Push Coalition based in Chicago. He ran for the Democratic presidential nomination in both 1984 and 1988. In 88, he finished second to nominee Michael Dukakis. The Reverend Jesse Jackson was 84.
That's Fox's Kevin Uretsky. Iran's state TV is now reporting another round of talks with the U.S. through a mediator in Geneva have just finished.
I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential.
And President Trump's threatened the U.S. could attack again like last year if Iran doesn't make a nuclear deal. Iran's supreme leader warns today they could slap the U.S. down, adding the president cannot depose the Islamic Republic. 3 people are in critical condition in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, after a shooting at a high school hockey game. 2 others were killed. Fox's Todd Pyra reports an ATF source says it was a man who targeted his wife and kids and then killed himself.
Police have identified the shooter as 56-year-old Robert Borgen, but say he may have identified as transgender, going by the name Roberta Esposito, an unnamed woman who claims to be the shooter's daughter, telling reporters that he had mental health issues.
A police officer shot dead in the Indianapolis area. Another was wounded. The suspected gunman found hours later late last night when Indiana State Police Sergeant John Perrine says a good Samaritan helped.
They pointed us in the direction of where they believed the suspect was hiding, and IMPD SWAT was able to move in within minutes of that tip.
America's listening to Fox News.
You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like Sandra. She wrote into me. She said, Glenn, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on your radio show for a couple of years. I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping with my back pain. With the 3-week quick start, I went for it. I feel like a new person. Sandra's own words, and it's gratifying to hear. Thank you, Sandra. When I read stories like this, I remember how I was starting to lose hope, and it feels good to help people all over America live pain-free again. It was created by doctors. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients that supports the body's natural inflammatory response. And hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Sandra and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So try it yourself. The 3-week quick start. See how Relief Factor could be a game changer for you as well. Call the number 800-4RELIEF. 1-800-4RELIEF. Or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait any longer. Get out of pain today.
Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Morning, y'all. Glad that you're here. Glad that you care about the things that are important in America. That's not to say you can't talk about sports. You can't talk about the things that you enjoy, but you spend some time this morning focusing on the things that affect you and your future and your family and their future, your kids and their future, maybe your grandkids and their future. What does the United States of America look like if we don't fight for it? And I can tell you, from my vantage point, it's is relatively frightening. And the Democrats right now, as we've talked about through the show, trying to moderate their message, and we'll get to some of that in a minute. But thank you for being here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Los, did you see the only Georgia athlete at the Olympics? Out of 232 Olympians, there's only one from the state of Georgia. She's 41 years old, born in Douglasville. Elena Myers-Taylor. She won her 6th gold medal. This time, it was a gold.
Yes.
Sixth medal. This time, it was a gold medal.
Actually saw it live. We were in the studio over at our sister station.
Yeah.
When she got in the, what is it? They call it the mono sled.
Mono sled, yeah.
Because it's only one.
Yep.
It's only her.
Yep.
And so she has to do the push and then hop on in there. And no, it was a cool moment because immediately it was hey, that's the one from Georgia.
Yeah, that's exactly right, dude. It's so cool to have a Georgia athlete. And you would think with as many athletes as we have here in the state of Georgia that go on to play at the highest levels of college ball and the highest levels of professional sports, that we'd have more. And typically, I think we do have more athletes from Georgia, but this time around, only her. And it was great to see. I saw it blowing up on social media before I saw the video. And then my wife and I, who watch the Olympics every night, my wife loves it. We were able to watch the video as it came down, as a replay. But it was so exciting for her. Super cool. She has she's 2 kids, I think, and I think both are deaf. One is special needs as well, and and that's the thing. She says at the end of the day, I'm a mama first, and but she was super excited to walk away with Olympic gold. It was so great.
And you have to go back to a name like Bonnie Blair that many of us grew up watching. She was the speed skater that had been like the most highly decorated female athlete American in the Winter Olympics, and that's what you now have matched. And that you now are able to say, okay, now the next one that was able to pull this thing off is from Georgia.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. So congratulations to her. I think her husband is a chiropractor here in town, and I know that at least the video I'd seen of kind of just detailing and talking about their family, he was wearing a Life University coat. So
cool.
So I thought it was really cool too. And she talked about him being her rock and also her chiropractor. So and she says it doesn't matter how it goes. I mean, she said, as long as I compete with integrity and pride, I'm happy with the results. But I think, gosh, taking home a gold medal from Milan is going to be maybe the coolest thing that she's ever done and ever gets to do. Most people never, ever get to that point. So so proud of her and able to congratulate her here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
And by the way, as we were pointing out, the 6 medals of what it gets you. Bonnie Blair had 5 gold and 1 bronze.
Yeah.
As a speed skater. So to see somebody get to the 6th medal, those are the 2 most decorated female Winter Olympians in U.S. history.
That's so awesome, and one of them to be from Douglasville.
Pretty cool.
Out there in Douglasville. Proud as a peacock, I am sure. A couple other things that are going on that are important is the fact that Donald Trump is coming to Rome. He's going to be talking about the special election for the representative
the seat in Congress that Marjorie Taylor Greene vacated. That'll be on Thursday. He's also going to talk about a whole bunch of affordability issues, the successes in the economy. They've said that's actually the focus of his visit is that. But I'm sure with it being in Rome and that being part of the area that Marjorie Taylor Greene represented at the time, that will definitely be a subject of discussion without a doubt.
I'd imagine it's going to be a major factor. And again, we talked about it to open up the show. The two major factors when you go to Rome, Georgia, obviously the seat there and the representation and who that's going to go to. And then you're going to bring up something going on south of town and say, oh, and by the way, when's Fulton County going to get their stuff straight?
Yeah, they're not going to, sir.
I can't imagine that one doesn't go hand in hand with the other when
absolutely.
he's in town.
Yeah, it's a discussion that, dude, when you've been wronged the way he has, that's not going to go away anytime soon. It's not going to go away easy. And so when he sees the corruption and the fact that the FBI raided Fulton County because they just can't get it right. And you have like Greg Dolezal, who's running for lieutenant governor, saying, hey, we need to have the state take over the elections in Fulton County because they're so bass-ackwards. There's a lot of meat on that bone, and there's a lot of people like us that have been shouting this from the rooftops forever, that have been talking about this since this station is in existence. And just the anomalies and just the statistical aberrations that have happened. And Los, you've been the
impossibilities. I like how you called them aberrations. I'm like, pretty close, pretty close.
It's just when you think about what's happened here in this state, and we're not excited about it. We're disappointed by it. We're saddened by it because we feel like we're not sure when we walk into the voting booth, even though they've told us it's the safest in the world and the best, and nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. Don't pay no mind. You don't feel good about it. So when Donald Trump gets here in town, knowing that all of that affected him directly, he is going to have something to say about it without a doubt.
Not a doubt.
He will set the Democrats on fire. And look, it'll give fodder for MS Now and CNN for weeks to come.
He went to Georgia. He started complaining about the election again.
Imagine why. Yeah, can't imagine why. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Oh, and quickly, too, next Tuesday, a week from today, State of the Union address. And I love the fact that John Fetterman's like, hey, y'all, don't do anything stupid. Don't make us look like fools. Don't make us look dumber than we already look, So the fact that he brought that up, I thought was kind of funny. All right, so the first thing to know this morning on Extra 106.3.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Extra, Tug so bold, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold. Tug is.
You can't overlook the fact that AOC she desires higher office. You can't miss that. That should be apparent. The fact that she doesn't deserve to be given an opportunity for higher office cannot be overlooked either, Los.
No, and we talked about the importance of after going through the Biden years where Joe Biden, let's face it, he had a very hard time articulating what he wanted. And I think that was both harmful to them, helpful to us. I think it was hard for him to get legislation pushed through. I think it was hard for him to go on television and tell you that the border was closed because it just sounded so poor. And so I think there's been this renewed sense of whoever is going to be in power come 2028 better be able to get up and explain yourself. And I'm not saying that Donald Trump is some wordsmith, but when you compared it to what Joe Biden was in the summer of 2024, that ended the election that night. I mean, Joe was bad. Joe was terrible trying to explain anything during that debate. So I want to then highlight Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And the reason why is that if you're trying to get to another place of power, in this day and age, you got to be able to talk. This is when she was asked about American action in Venezuela. Now, does this eliminate her? Well, probably not. But at the same time, if you're going to make a grand point, you better be right. Take a listen.
You know, we look at what happened in Venezuela, for example.
Venezuela.
It is not a. It is not a remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator. And
okay. First off, I get the point she's trying to make. The problem is, first off, it's not below the equator.
Right.
All right.
That's the obvious, yeah.
It's a small technicality, but it comes across the way it does. But the point ends up being that if that is your standpoint for trying to put Venezuela in a place where trying to make it sound like it's the big bad United States, that can't be your point. It can't be, well, just because they're below the equator, we can do whatever we want. Like, well, they're not. It's how you put the argument together, but you're basing it on something that's not factual. That's the problem.
Yeah, my thing is, I don't understand what the point she is trying to make. There's none of it. It just sounds like run-on sentences. It sounds like it kind of is aimless. There's really nothing to it. She talked about all the reasons that Maduro needed. Maduro. I love when she does that. All the reasons that Maduro, was not fit to be
was illegitimate.
Yeah, was completely illegitimate, and then says, "Oh, we can't just go get him. We can't take him out." Well, we did, and the people down there are celebrating the fact that we did. Things are going to be better for the Venezuelan people. So, where's the drawback? Like, in all of the things that she said, tell me the drawback. Tell me why it wasn't a good idea to do what we did. And then maybe I can take you serious. But I don't know the point that she was trying to make.
This was a military operation in order to bring somebody to American justice who'd already been indicted.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like we suddenly made up some charges. These charges had been out there for quite a long time, even during the Biden administration. The Biden administration were the first to offer, a ransom to how do we get rid of this guy? How do we get him to face American justice based on what he's doing? It just so happens that Donald Trump and the military had the operational plans to get it done. That's what, if she was to try and talk about this seriously, then I think AOC has to talk about the projection of American power, but saying what we say. You have to be very judicious with this. And she could then make her point. Hey, do I agree with Venezuela? Make your point from there. But to somehow make the discussion point of if it's on this part in the globe, on this place in the map, well then we shouldn't just be nonchalantly going about it. It's like that's to then have it be on the wrong place on the globe. It kind of nullifies your point.
Yeah, because you can't look. It's distracting, right?
Yes.
If you say, use the example if she was talking about Argentina and she said it was Africa, you wouldn't be able to pay attention to what she's trying to say because you'd be like, well, that's not right.
I'll put it this way, Tug. If you were to spin a globe in any elementary school, stick your finger on it, it lands in the Middle East, I'd be like, let's try not to operate anywhere in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, all right.
Okay?
Yeah.
In fact, anything that's outside of our hemisphere, let's see if we can leave it alone.
Let it go. Let them deal with it. That's their backyard. Let's handle our backyard, which is the Monroe Doctrine, or now known as the Donroe Doctrine.
Right.
And it's the smartest way to handle things. It keeps us out of those foreign entanglements all across Europe, the ones that George Washington warned against when he was leaving office as the first president. Do not get involved in that stuff. And I would imagine, because he was focused on Europe, but I'm sure if he were to be asked, I'm sure the Middle East would have been, yes, absolutely avoid that too.
Well, and I think what was so important about during that era, after Washington's presidency, it was still marred by European powers that were fighting every few years.
Mm-hmm.
Whether here's the Spanish, here's the French, here's the British. This was a regular occurrence in Europe for these powers to fight at sea and to just continuously get involved with one another. He looked at it as, don't get involved with that. It's a mess.
Yeah.
As we call it, the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
You ain't going to come out of there without some welts.
That's
I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, avoid it.
And so that's, that to me is the foundational aspect of what the Trump Monroe Doctrine has basically become. It's, we're going to protect our hemisphere. We're going to acquire the land we need for defense. But largely, we're staying out of this stuff. In fact, hey, the rest of you with NATO, y'all start paying for your own defense.
Yes.
We're not going to be part of this stuff.
And matter of fact, I would like to get us out of NATO altogether. I've been saying that from years. Even when I was in the Navy, I was like, what are we doing? Why? I remember being put off. Now, did I say a word? Did I bring it up? Did I cause trouble with it? No. But I remember our ship being under a NATO command and going, what? This doesn't feel right. I don't like the way this feels. I don't think that having a NATO commander is a good idea for a U.S. warship. So those were even then, I was like, this isn't good. This is not. And now, fast forward, I want out of that altogether because I don't think it is beneficial to the United States. Is it okay to help out an ally? Sure. Is it okay to do something beneficial for Europe? Yes. But do we want to be the anchor of this? Do we want to be the person and the people that are funding everything that happens there? No, I don't want to do that. I would like to take care of the things that benefit the United States of America, which seemed to be a bad word.
So, because you have such a crush on AOC,
only a slight crush. What is it when you're a kid when you have that little bit that first little crush?
It's a little crush.
I feel like there's another term, but anyway, go ahead.
It's just a crush. That's all. It's not like you're looking to tell the wife and kids like, hey,
I'm out.
I'm out of here. I'm getting horny now. That's right. That's what's happening to me here. All right, let's go over. This is AOC, and the discussion point was the origins of scenarios, and so she is going back after Marco Rubio and his points about what the West is supposed to be versus what the European version of the West is. And somehow there was a discussion that they got into about the origins of cowboys and the origins of horses. Because if you know the whole story of this stuff, when it comes to domesticating horses for human use, that has always been associated to Spain. Okay? Like, yes, did we have wild horses? Yes. But the Spanish are recognized for being the people that domesticated for human use were them. So take a listen as AOC gets into this discussion.
Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that.
Actually, I have a word with you, I believe.
Yeah, let's have a word about this because Spain and into Portugal are your areas, even as we started to have relationships with horses in terms of use in our everyday life. Yeah, prehistoric times. That's where it started.
Yeah.
Like whatever your version of like the modern cowboy.
Yeah.
That came from Spain. He wasn't wrong.
Yeah. No, of course not. Cortez brought 15 to 16 horses to Mexico. And that's where it began, and that's what he was referencing. And
yeah.
It's funny, people have noted it's not my idea, not my thought, but I've seen it everywhere. How can the lady whose last name is Cortez not know this?
Sometimes you're just an actress who won a contest.
Oh, Matt.
Bartender that won a contest.
One day we need to get into that deeper because I bet because we've talked about it a bunch over the years, but just to bring it to the light for everybody.
It was a contest, and she won.
There may need to be a story time in the near future.
And it wasn't based on a knowledge of politics.
No.
It was, can we turn this person into a viable option to become a congresswoman?
And they've succeeded, relatively speaking, because she is a congresswoman. But, I mean, the more you hear from her, the less impressed you are. Anyway, 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, CentralHeat.com. The best option the Democrats have is not a good option. Next on Extra.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our Extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the Extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
Matt, where does confidence actually come from?
Well, Brooke, most people think it's about faking it or achieving more. But real confidence starts with something simpler, self-awareness.
So how do you know if you're self-aware? And more importantly, how do you increase it?
That's where our image process comes in at howpeopleseeyou.com.
Is that the same process made famous by casting director Sam Christensen from MASH?
Yeah, and today it's helping corporate professionals show up with clarity and authenticity. Because confidence starts when who you are matches how you're seen. Learn more at howpeopleseeyou.com and sign up for a free preview event. That's howpeopleseeyou.com.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through March 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Subaru of Gwinnett. Explore the full lineup of hybrid, electric, gas, and wilderness vehicles, including the 2026 Subaru Forester and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Every Subaru is made with love and built to last, with dependability and value coming standard. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2026 Subaru Outback or land on the reliability of the 2026 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. There's a lot to discover and a lot to love at Subaru of Gwinnett. Come in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
You know, if you've listened to me on Extra for any length of time, you know one thing. I don't put my name on just about anything, but the Peach State Windows people again and again, because I know Jeff and the whole family, and this is a company that you can stick with. Jeff has served Georgia homeowners for more than 50 years. He understands our weather, our building codes, and what actually holds up in Georgia homes. That kind of experience matters, especially with the heat and storms around the corner. Right now, get 8 premium Energy Star double-hung replacement windows fully installed for $39.95. That's 8 windows for under $4,000 installed. You're not going to get that kind of value from those big national outfits, and you won't get Jeff's personal service that way either. How about this? 0% financing for 12 months. PeachStateWindows.com. Here's that number, 770-485-8011. Trusted, proven, priced right. Decades in Georgia, knowing what they're doing right the first time. 770-485-8011. PeachStateWindows.com.
Let me share Brian's story. He's in Alabama, and he wrote in, he said, Glenn, after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and I am amazed at the relief that I have gotten. Those are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do. And I've seen that kind of transformation in myself, and hearing Brian's experience reinforces why I take endorsing Relief Factor so seriously. Before I started taking Relief Factor myself, I was losing hope that I could ever have a normal life again. My hands were in so much pain. It's created by doctors, 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients. It supports the body's natural inflammatory response. Hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Brian and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So don't wait. If you're dealing with pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. Call 800-4RELIEF or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait anymore. Feel what it's like to be out of pain. 1-800-4RELIEF.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 17th, and here are your headlines. Civil rights groups are pushing to limit how data seized in the Fulton County election office raid can be used, calling for protections on voter information and raising concerns about privacy and potential misuse of personal data. The group filed court briefs saying the documents unsealed so far don't justify broad access to sensitive records, and they want the judge to set clear boundaries on future disclosures. Metro Atlanta native Elena Myers-Taylor has won a gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Milan, adding to her decorated bobsled career and becoming one of the most successful U.S. athletes in sports history. Myers-Taylor's latest victory caps years of consistent excellence on the world stage and helps boost Team USA's medal count to 6 in Italy. And finally, more than 40 Cobb County schools were recognized for academic excellence by State School Superintendent Richard Woods, earning awards for literacy, math, or both based on strong performance and growth on Georgia Milestone Test. The honors highlights schools across the district and underscore continued efforts to improve student achievement at all grade levels. Today's weather is mainly sunny with a high of 73 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Can we pick ESPN apart for a minute?
Sure.
It seems
I
like
have no problem with the worldwide leader.
I know, right? They're always doing something that's so crazy. I guess they got a panel of experts together to determine the hardest sports in the world. And they put their list together, the 10 hardest and then the 10 easiest sports. They say hockey is the second hardest sport in the world. Boxing is the number one hardest sport in the world.
What's curling on there?
Curling is down on the easiest list, about number 5 on the easiest list. Boxing seems brutal, and you got to be incredible shape to participate, but it doesn't come off to me as one of the hardest sports of the world. Those, do you see this? Because I think golf and baseball are harder.
I think that the training aspect. Now, I shouldn't comment about baseball because yes, hitting a baseball is hard, but that was always hard. Comfortable to me. So,
but pitching a no-hitter is easy.
Well, for front office Los, it is.
It's been 20 years. Come on.
Was it April 6th? Is that our date?
April 6th, 2003.
Okay, make sure. We're going to celebrate it when we get there.
You're going to have a pizza.
That's right, we are.
No, I would say that because of the training it takes to be a high-end level boxer, or even just even if you're like Golden Gloves, it's so incredibly difficult. And there's also the fear. You climb in the ring doesn't mean you're getting out of the ring.
No, that's right. No, that's right.
I think there's something too that you could die in there.
Yeah,
it's that sort of dangerous. And so I would, not that skating's easy, but I think that there is something too when it comes to hockey. And again, I love hockey. I think playoff hockey's great.
Yeah, so much fun to watch. I like to watch it live. I don't necessarily like to watch it on TV as much.
But you do have the way shifts are set up. I think it is possible to consistently play into your late 30s, and just because of the nature of the game. And yes, it's physical, but I don't think I don't think it's as difficult on the legs as, let's say, trying to be a 38-year-old running back.
Yeah. They say the easiest sports in the world, number one easiest sport is fishing. Now, if you want to do it well, it ain't easy. I mean, it is difficult. If you're trying to be and I'm not trying to compare it to boxing per se, but I'm talking about the skill level of fishing. I think this is getting overlooked. I think it's getting downplayed.
By the way, because we do have Bryce, and Bryce is a hockey man. I mean, Bryce, don't you think there's something to the fact that you have guys that sign contracts even in their mid-30s that are pretty nice, sizable contracts because they know they're going to be able to play the game longer than a lot of professional athletes can?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at guys like Alexander Ovechkin, Sidney Crosby, just two guys that come to mind instantly that were drafted a couple of years after I was born, but they're still
playing.
Easily top 5 guys still in the league, and they are 38, 39, 40.
Yeah.
So that almost appears to me to make it easier because no other sport you can do that.
I just don't think it has the same wear and tear on the body. It just, I remember when I was working in Dallas and Bill Guerin had signed a contract, and they gave him a pretty sizable contract, and Bill Guerin was 35 years old, and in my mind, because I was constantly used to covering football, like, you don't give a 35-year-old a 5-year deal. To hell if he didn't play really great for those 5 years.
Yeah.
That's just kind of the nature of what hockey does. Again, to me, it's the shifts and the style. I just think that there's not a whole lot of quality, high-end, 37-year-old boxers.
Well, the thing about hockey is that you have guys when it comes to playoff time where it's unlike any other sport. Guys will play on broken legs, broken foot, a whole bunch of stuff where they don't announce it till after the season's over, after they're eliminated.
They call it a lower leg injury or a lower extremity.
He has a broken femur,
Yeah, nothing to see here. It's all good. But they say golf is the easiest in their list. They say golf is the easiest sport to play.
They've never played.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who? What?
Golf is the easiest sport. Okay, now it's not completely easy on the body, especially if you're walking, and you will feel it in your back and your shoulders and everything else. But it is the easiest in terms of you ain't getting hit by anything.
No, you're not. But the skill to be good at golf.
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
And I'm not good.
And
so
I'm not either.
I would sooner, and I've used to say this for years to Matt Chernoff and Chuck Oliver when we'd be on the Chuck and Chernoff show. I was like, you can have a machine throw enough baseball 90 miles an hour, and I'll get in there and make contact, if not hit it. And they'd be like, no, there's no way. Yeah, I would sooner do that than if you were to put a par 3, 140 yards out and be like, park it on the green.
Yeah. Just
I'm
get
like,
it on the
give me
green.
the baseball. Give me the bat and the baseball.
Absolutely, because it's so hard. And this one's going to tick off a lot of ladies. They say cheerleading, the 9th easiest sport of all. They're basically saying they're not even athletes.
I will point this out, too, and this is statistically proven. If you want to talk about the amount of concussions that athletes take as far as female sports, cheerleading
number one.
Number one.
Yeah, that's right. And I think soccer's up there, way up there too, right?
Soccer's always up there as well.
Yeah, I think
for men and women.
Would you believe that they put soccer as one of the most difficult sports? I mean, maybe endurance.
Physically, yeah, I was going to say.
Physically, yeah.
Right.
It's a marathon for almost two to 3 straight hours.
I thought this list was. And we don't do a lot of lists, and that's why we're not going through it by line. Just a couple of the ones that stood out to me. I'm like, are y'all serious right now?
Out of curiosity, where'd football rank on that list?
Football is the number 3 toughest or hardest sports.
For my money, there's nothing more difficult in sports than being a quarterback of a football team. By far, the most difficult position in any sport.
Okay, all right.
You've obviously never been the captain of a curling team.
Yeah, right.
Clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
But I've also had to break a line of scrimmage, find safeties, and then try to figure out what exactly they're doing, going like, why do they keep moving? Stop moving.
Dude, and they say shooting, and this one didn't even stand out to me in the beginning. Shooting, they say, is an easy sport. Talk to a sniper about how easy shooting is. You know, I mean, there's a lot to be desired with this. I think they leave out a lot of obvious challenges for the sports because I don't see any rhythm in their reasoning. Sometimes it's a physically hard sport. Sometimes it's a mentally demanding sport. And they don't seem to consider any of that stuff. Stupid ESPN. Let's do by the numbers on Extra 106.3.
But I'll be all right as long as there's light from a math dude.
Come on.
Most people don't like math. They
okay, let's do some polling information. And this is for
the numbers tell the story of what's
the
going
end
wrong.
of January 29th. This is from your polling organization tip. Now, what they had were primary numbers. What does it look like for 2028? Namely, on the Democrat side and the Republican side. And so, if I was to tell you, Tug, and this is I think a pretty simple one, who do you believe when it comes to the Republican Party is leading when it comes to primary polling? Who should be the leader of the party come 2028?
J.D. Vance would be the clear, and then probably a close second, Marco Rubio.
Okay, not too bad. By far, J.D. Vance is winning. He's 43%. He's way ahead of almost everyone else. DeSantis and Rubio are in there. Of all people, as part of this poll, now I don't know if this was written in, if this was asked, or if you rated it, Donald Trump Jr. is in there at 18%.
What?
Yeah.
I've not even heard him being floated. That didn't even hit my conscious mind before.
By the way, considering that Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump reportedly were the two that were pushing and selecting of J.D. Vance. That was what the discussion point was. That's going to be their pick for president. So I don't really expect you're going to have a primary challenge from any sort of Trump out there.
Yeah.
But J.D. Vance far and away. Now, here's the fun part about when you get over to the Democrat side. For instance, we would have names like Josh Shapiro. Well, Josh Shapiro shows up in this polling, but he's only at 4%. Mayor Pete shows up, but he's at 5%. Here's the surprise factor. When it comes to Gavin Newsom, he is just a little bit ahead of Mayor Pete in this polling at 13%. It's Kamala Harris who leads this poll.
Ooh, Oh, Lord, let that be the case. Lord, let them lean back on Kamala. That would, dude, you think we had just a blowout in 2024? Oh, and it was popular.
Let her run for 2 years.
Let her, dude. It will make the landslide of 2024 look like it never even happened.
Now, she gets 38% of this poll. So still below what J.D. Vance was in terms of a majority, but significantly higher than the next highest person. It does beg the question, where are they going to go for leadership in 2028? Because these polls continue to hurt Newsom. And while they're not encouraging for Kamala Harris, it's almost a matter of, well, maybe if we give her more time, it'll be better.
Oh, no. That's a wrong way of thinking.
No. There's still this fascination within the Democrat Party on two factors, race and gender.
Yes.
They're still looking at Gavin Newsom like he's white and he's from California. Well,
and he's a dude.
Well, I mean, she was Indian. Now she's black, just depending on what election it is. And she's female.
Yeah. So I guess that's good news. That's the only thing I can read and take from this. It's good news for J.D. Vance. It's good news for conservatives. It's good news for the Republican Party. It's good news for America, because the farther we keep the Democrats away from any sort of power and any sort of ability to legislate in the United States, the better. So please continue down this path.
And if there was ever a debate between Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance,
it would be as epic as Trump and Biden.
I mean, this is where I really hoped that at some point, and we got Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. But could you imagine, had it been a little bit of a different scenario, if Joe Biden had stayed in, and it would have been her and J.D. Vance? Like, it's still the same concept of, and I believe the ticket is going to look along the lines of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio.
Me too.
I think
that makes the most sense.
That's your Ohio and your Florida, and here are the two people, and it makes it very difficult for the left to really launch any sort of attacks. And it's going to be a presentation that is, in my opinion, far stronger than anything the Democrats can come up with.
Yeah.
But if right now all it is, Tug, is, hey, let's just reload Kamala Harris because she would have won had we just got.
Continue to believe that, please.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, please continue to believe that. I don't think any actual Democrat voter believes that. Maybe there's 20%. Maybe it's the fringe 20% that are wrong on everything, and when it comes to like normal everyday issues that Americans care about, they're always on the 20% end. Maybe those people think that Kamala Harris is still the answer, but there's not a chance that anybody that is able to reason would look at her and go, yep, if she would have had just more time. She only had, 100 days? Was that right? When she got moved into the position after Biden I think it was 100 days. Well, she only had 100 days. Boy, if we give her a full year, it's going to be great. No. Any Democrat strategists are going, no, waving their hands. No, please no.
Tug, this is what happens when you're out of options. Or at least you don't have one on the horizon that makes sense for you. You start looking back going, hey, what if we do it differently with her this time?
And to your point about Gavin Newsom, not only are you exactly right, he doesn't fit what they want to do. The last thing they want to do is run a white man. That's the last thing on earth they want to do. And to accent that, to prove that point, Barack Obama, we had it earlier during the show, has gone after him and how people don't want to live around homelessness. People don't want to see that on their streets. He feels comfortable saying that about Gavin Newsom because he knows Gavin ain't going to be the nominee. That's the only thing that makes sense. We'll see if it shakes out that way. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. A tough girl, leftists. Boy, she changes her mind real quick when she gets exactly what she asked for. We'll let you hear her and how she changed her mind. Why she changed her mind next.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 17th from the NFL. A flurry of moves around the league as the Miami Dolphins, they are cleaning house. The team plans to cut leading linebacker Bradley Chubb, either as a start of year or June 1st designation, along with 8-time Pro Bowl receiver Tyreek Hill, who is coming off a knee injury that ended his previous season. Hill turns 32 years old next month. College basketball action. Georgia Tech is off tonight. They will host 14th-ranked Virginia tomorrow night. As for this evening, Georgia, they're on the road taking on Kentucky. That tip-off is set for 9 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
Shopping the new 2026 Toyota Camry? Well, here's the smartest way to do it. Get the Camry you want and get it from the dealership that protects your purchase. Marietta Toyota, every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty, valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. And you can buy with confidence because Marietta Toyota is a BBB A+ rated business, and we're rated 4.6 stars on Google with over 11,000 reviews. Right now, we've got a strong Camry inventory arriving daily, so you can choose the trim and color that you want while selection is at its best. Special APR is available on the new 2026 Camry, 4.99% APR for 72 months. Well-qualified buyers. Visit us on Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 72 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. Offer ends 3/2/26. Lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for details.
You've worked hard to build your investments, but are they positioned the right way from a tax perspective? Because it's not just what you make, it's what you keep. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Many investors don't realize that their portfolios may be creating unnecessary tax exposure. Capital gains, required minimum distributions, inefficient account placement can quietly reduce your returns, especially as you approach retirement. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we help clients evaluate whether their investments are structured in a tax-efficient way, looking beyond performance to understand how taxes impact income today and your legacy tomorrow. Are your assets in the right accounts? Are there opportunities to reduce further tax liability? Is your strategy aligned with your long-term retirement goals? Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 678-990-8500. Schedule a complimentary review. That's 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you keep more of what you've worked so hard to build.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-714-8422. 800-714-8422.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Georgia politicians, if you want to win your election, the path to victory runs through Extra 1063. Extra listeners are some of the most engaged, active in their communities, and outspoken on their beliefs, especially when it comes time to vote. Tell the candidate you're voting for that if they want to win, the path to victory runs through Extra 1063 FM. Just email sales@extra1063.com to get involved. That's sales@xtra1063.com.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063. I just noticed the challenge that I had received on X from Know It All Mom. She's ready to beat me down, Los.
Well, I mean, you kind of downplayed a little bit of boxing.
Well,
and
I mean, but that wasn't what I was trying to do.
And Stephanie is a combat sport enthusiast.
I know, and wasn't at all what I was trying to do. And if I were to get in the ring with @KnowItAllMom on X, and you can find me @Tug Cowerton, @Front Office Los. If I were to get in there, knowing how trained she would beat me to death. She would beat me senseless.
If I may, she could probably do so without. Now, I would pay extra for this.
Okay.
It's like, can I get a few extra charity dollars if she's allowed to throw kicks. Because my God, that would be hilarious watching you try and defend kicks from a professional while she's also striking. And as she said, no headshots yet.
Yeah.
You'd be like, where's it coming from?
That's right, dude. It would be like a cartoon. It's just like Homer Simpson, just taking the tongue hanging out.
She would just keep busting your calf, and you would be like, why my leg don't work?
Oh, okay.
My leg.
Oh, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. No, I don't want no part.
I'd be yelling at you how to check it. No, you got to check that.
Yeah, I'm checking myself into a hospital. That's all I'm doing. I'm getting out of this ring, and I'm going to find somebody with some sort of medical care to sew me back together.
Now, keep in mind, the same thing would happen to me. I'm just, because I gave the proper respect.
Yeah, right.
That's why I'm not the target here.
And I didn't mean to be disrespectful. What I was trying to do, I just felt like I couldn't tell why they were choosing which sport. So in the last segment, we talked about ESPN. They put out this list of the toughest and easiest sports. And I didn't find any rhyme or reason for why they chose what they chose. Like we talked about cheerleading. They said that was one of the easiest sports to do. I disagree with that. I think cheerleading is really hard, especially those girls that get thrown in the air, get all those turns, and then have to land it or get caught. Dude, that's not easy. Anybody says that's easy is crazy. And then you brought up the fact that there's so many girls that get concussions because they do. Either they drop or they fall down or whatever. Like I said, I can't find why they placed each sport in the particular category that they did.
It's just that I'm not going to say you were disrespectful.
I didn't mean to be.
You may have disrespected a little bit where the very point of boxing is to try and give your opponent a concussion.
Yes, I know. But
I'm trying to shake your brain, man.
I'm just trying, like, is it the hardest? That was the only thing. Is it the hardest sport? And I mean, ESPN clearly thinks so. At Know It All Mom on X, obviously Stephanie thinks so. When I first read it, that wasn't what the hardest sport didn't come to mind. I would have thought football would have been probably harder. I would have thought rugby. Rugby's not even on the list. Have you ever seen people play rugby? Dear Lord, my friend Greg, who's from New Zealand, he played rugby his whole life, and then even into his mid-40s. His nose is sideways. He's a handsome man, but that nose is crooked. Why? Because rugby's a really hard sport, a really tough sport. It's not even on the list of the most difficult. So I just don't understand why they put each sport in the place.
She also asked why NASCAR wasn't on the list either. I mean, that's tough on the body too. Taking all those hits, going into the wall.
But how often do you go into the wall?
Well, but you do drop. You do drop about 10 or 15 pounds during a race because of dehydration.
And you pee in a bottle or something.
Well, I mean,
or own yourself.
Yes, a lot of people do, but a lot of people don't even need to go because they're so dehydrated. It does require a crazy ton of athleticism, but being that the car's doing the work,
Well, kind of doing the work. You still got to hold it in the road.
I get it. I'm just saying that if I told you to run to the battery or drive to the battery, which one would you choose?
I definitely drive.
Yeah,
I definitely drive. Yeah, there's no doubt. But I'm just the tiniest bit lazy too. There is that.
I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, right. I mean, I ain't gonna run anywhere unless there's a bear after me. I mean, there's nothing going on. Maybe a rabid dog or something. Or wild turkeys. I've seen videos recently on X of people getting chased down to their house from wild turkeys. Apparently, they're very aggressive. I didn't realize that. But I'm not running anywhere unless there's something after me. But anyway, speaking of tough, there was a tough girl. She's a leftist, and she was out protesting. And she's just letting everybody have it. She's like a little revolutionary, right? And then when she gets exactly what she asked for, which is arrested, I want you to listen to her. This is a woman being arrested because she's an activist. She wants you to know that she's, she's just a tough girl until then it happens, and then all of a sudden she's not as tough. Listen to what she says. I want my mama.
She's crying for wanting her mommy.
Yeah. Well? Oh, how tough can you be, really, if the minute you hit adversity, like you get what you asked for, you interfere with some sort of official police activity, operation, whatever it is, you start screaming, "I want my mommy." I'm not sure how tough you are. I'm not sure you're ready to be an actual revolutionary. So she's probably the useful idiot and not the paid agitator that we've seen sharing the fact that the more aggressive you are as an agitator, you get paid more.
I can't begin to tell you, outside of animal attack videos, which are mostly fake, and so, well, like even animal fighting videos.
Yeah, most of them.
But I get to see, like, oh, look, like here's Ricky Tikki Tavi and a cobra, and they're going at it. I'm like, all right, I'm in. Like, this is what I like. I've now turned into the person who hopes and thoroughly enjoys seeing the protester get out of hand and the police or any other authorities putting them down hard.
That's right.
Like, I love it. And about the only thing, and it wasn't a hard put down, but I really enjoyed what I can only describe as what I believe to be a gay man who was part of
the ICE agent?
And he just lets the woman know about what he thinks of her. It's like, who knew that once you actually force these people to take a way back seat in the LGBTQ plus AI, all whatever movement, that you would turn them into, now we're going to get rid of these foreign invaders.
Yes, no doubt. And so this dude, he's talking to a woman, if I'm not mistaken, and she's talking about her appearance. Like, I don't care about my appearance. And he was like, oh, it's clear. Oh, we know. We know you don't
clear,
care.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, we know you don't care about your appearance.
But I love, so when that young woman is being let off and she's crying for her mommy, I don't care. What is she? What do you think? 16?
Yeah,
17,
probably
18?
somewhere there. But she decided she was going to, I guess, attack another protester. And the officer's like, oh, no, you're not.
Yeah, no. That's called assault. And now you will be spending the evening with us.
Yeah,
okay.
and we will call your mommy. Yes, we will. We're going to have her come pick you up because you're foolish enough to do what you did. But it's just funny to me. They're all so tough until the moment they get a little bit of pushback, and then all of a sudden it's the victim card comes out immediately. Like you weren't a victim 5 minutes ago.
Well, they firmly believe that even though the laws are on the books, and as Barack Obama told us, we're a country of laws.
Yeah.
That somehow they get put aside when we get to a point of protest or when we get to a point of angst. For instance, Tug, you and I, we operate in an area where we are responsible to the FCC.
Right.
And so why, for the audience members or for who always wonder when we get into political season, you start saying, why do y'all have so many ads from the Democrat? Like when Stacey Abrams paid for so much airtime on our station,
every stop set, every commercial
break, it was a Stacey Abrams ad, and people are asking, why do you do that? And I'm like, because legally we have to give equal time and equal opportunity
and
to
the
both
cheapest
sides.
rate.
And the cheapest rate. The amount of these people that are so upset about having Democrat guests on radio or on TV shows and then having to provide the same forum for Republicans.
Yeah.
And they've now gotten to the point where we're just like, hey, we're just not going to air the Democrats because we don't want to do the Republicans either.
That's right. We'll speak for them, and then that way they're not on, and we don't have to do the equal time thing.
Again, laws.
Yeah.
We're a country of laws.
This is the greatest Obama impression of all time. Maybe we'll get some more after the top of the hour, after the Neal Boortz report and the Fox News update. The show that follows us has finally heard us. Next on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Boortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the Nancy Guthrie saga has been going on for, about 2 weeks now? And it is a part of virtually every newscast on TV. And who couldn't predict this? It's causing some grumbling among the dumb masses, grumbling to the effect that maybe we're paying too much attention to this because Savannah Guthrie is white and her mother is white. Who didn't know it was eventually going to go there? Now, not a lot of agitators are saying this, but I've been seeing the posts. It's all about white supremacy. This story is getting so much attention because of white supremacy. No, it's getting a lot of attention because the news outlets, the rag mags, the TV networks, the newspapers, they are in business to make money. They make money by getting listeners and viewers and selling newspapers. To do that, they have to provide a product the public actually wants. And right now, the public wants news about Nancy Guthrie. And it would be a foolhardy news outlet to say, look, we've given this enough coverage and we need to focus on what we think is important rather than what our customers want. If this goes on long enough, we're going to see the left start demanding equitable news coverage. What is equitable news coverage? That would be where the subjects of news coverage are proportional to the ethnic populations of the newspaper or TV show in that area. Trust me, the people of this country are just that stupid. Well, some of them. Neal Boortz, Extra 106.3.
The Braves 2026 gate giveaways are here, and this season is packed with must-have items. From the Braves Legends collection featuring iconic Braves alumni to the crossover jersey collection with Braves basketball, football, hockey, and soccer jerseys, there's something for every fan. Plus, fans can look forward to some new additions like a Hawaiian shirt, cowboy hat, and a bobble card series. It's part bobblehead, part baseball card. Visit Braves.com/promos to see the full lineup and grab your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Extra 106.3 personalities aren't afraid to tell it like it is.
Without Donald Trump, nothing that's going on would be happening right now. Donald Trump is changing the world.
And you'll never hear us spew that violent rhetoric from the left. So don't be afraid to tell it like it is, because we're happy to have you as part of the Extra community.
I particularly like Donald Trump's actions in getting illegal aliens the hell out of this country.
Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
This is a Fox News alert. A civil rights leader is being mourned. I'm Dave Anthony. The Reverend Jesse Jackson died this morning at the age of 84. His family, in a statement, says he helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity. President Trump just posted on True Social, Jesse Jackson was a good man who truly loved people and was a force of nature like few others before him.
Yes, he has been an icon. I think it's amazing that he passed during Black History Month.
Alveda King, Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece, also tells Fox.
I believe, honestly, from my conversations with him, that he would probably encourage us to work to unify and stop fighting each other today.
Jackson had been dealing with several health issues. He was hospitalized in November. Jackson had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2013. In April, that diagnosis changed to progressive supranuclear palsy, a neurological disorder. Jackson founded the Rainbow Push Coalition, an advocacy organization aimed at changing public policy and expanding opportunities for minorities.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Another round of U.S.-Iran talks through a mediator in Geneva this time is over. Lasted about 3 hours today. President Trump has threatened to attack Iran again if they don't make a nuclear deal, but Iran's supreme leader has a warning of his own.
More dangerous than a warship, says Ayatollah Khamenei, is the weapon that can send it to the bottom of the sea. In a statement via Iranian state media, he boasts that the strongest army in the world can sometimes be slapped so hard it cannot get up.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. Also today in Geneva, Fox's Aisha Hasni reports from the White House the U.S. is brokering another round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine.
The focus of which is land, a major sticking point for Ukraine. And it comes as Russia is accused of carrying out major airstrikes overnight, knocking out power to southern Ukraine. Here.
And that talk again going on in Geneva today. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like Sandra. She wrote into me. She said, Glenn, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on your radio show for a couple of years. I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping with my back pain. With the 3-week quick start, I went for it. I feel like a new person. Sandra's own words, and it's gratifying to hear. Thank you, Sandra. When I read stories like this, I remember how I was starting to lose hope, and it feels good to help people all over America live pain-free again. It was created by doctors. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients that supports the body's natural inflammatory response. And hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Sandra and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So try it yourself. The 3-week quick start. See how Relief Factor could be a game changer for you as well. Call the number 800-4-RELIEF. 1-800-4-RELIEF. Or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait any longer. Get out of pain today.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Welcome to the show. Morning, y'all. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms, multiple. Grateful that you're here. Grateful that you're spending time with us. Grateful that you care about the place you live, the country you live, and the future that you're going to leave for your kids and your grandkids. And that's the things that we talk about between 6 and 10. Now, sometimes it gets, we get a little off topic. We go in different directions. Like I was challenged to a boxing match from a woman who's a trained professional. And
she's not an assassin, but
damn close. So I'm not, so I guess the whole point is that sometimes the show will get off the rails, and then usually in the 9 o'clock hours when it gets off the rails, the worst. I don't know. Just the fact that you brought up an ESPN article, an ESPN panel about the hardest and easiest sports, and for some reason you thought, those boxing enthusiasts, I'm going to insult them. And one of them challenged you to 15 minutes of brawling it out. No, man, I don't even want to run 15 minutes. I can't imagine trying to box for 15 full minutes. I mean, how many rounds is that? Was that 5 rounds?
5 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-minute rounds.
Oh, Lord. I'd be tired.
And let me tell you, that it's a long, because what they do is when you do any of the boxing training, like for instance, like when you've got like Pepper Boxing down the road or any of their locations or any of the stuff that we've got, man, you do stuff in 3, 6, 9, 15-minute increments. But if you're just doing even 3 minutes, man, it gets long.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've watched some boxing.
You're waiting for the bell, and you're like, this is so long.
And then that's why you see those heavyweights leaning on one another. They're holding each other up. Our friend Stephanie, who is the person that challenged me to this, she said, I don't think boxing is the hardest. It may be one of the toughest to go from zero knowledge to well-trained, which I would never argue with that. That makes sense to me.
That was my point when I said the challenge of going from starting at like ground level to being in boxing shape. The training is the grind. And then it's when you get in the ring, now you got to conquer the fear of being hit and being hurt.
Yeah.
Like I said, but the training that's next level stuff.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, listen, I played with ball players where some guys were wildly in shape, other guys that were like, pretty mediocre shape, but they were all good ball players. You can't be in mediocre shape and be a quality boxer.
Mm-mm. No, there's no doubt about that. Like,
your win won't hold out.
Yes, I would never. I was just, again, as we finished that segment, I just couldn't find the logic behind their arguments. None of it seemed to flow. None of it seemed to make sense. They didn't have any cohesion between what they said was hard and why it was hard, and what they said was easy and why it was easy. It just didn't. It made no sense. And Stephanie now seems to think she wants to be an assassin. So watch out. Watch out. If you live in Cumming, watch out. You may have an assassin amongst you and you don't even know it.
Yeah, if you're in Forsyth County, watch out.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
Alan is on the phone at 404-741-1230 before we get the first thing to know this morning. Alan, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys, great show again today. Listen, you talked to Boortz this morning. I'm wondering, since he's famous for the Great American Cat Chase, where you toss the cat out the airplane and chase it.
Oh,
where does that rank on sports? Did that make the list?
I'm unsure.
Yes, the cat challenge.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea. I'm going to go with no. That one, that sounds awful. I don't even like cats necessarily. But throwing them out the window seems bad.
What a historic gag, and thank you for the call, Alan. What a historic gag to get the PETA people so upset.
Yeah.
And how he created and how his team put together the sound effects where it fooled people into thinking it was really going on.
Dude, when did he tell us about it? He told us about that, or at least we discussed the topic. It's not been terribly long ago.
No, I think he told us a year or two ago.
Yeah.
We were talking about radio pranks. We were talking about stuff that we have pulled on one another, and he talked about that and how the amount of people that were calling and ready to protest him off the air.
So funny. Neal, man, he one of a kind. Absolutely one of the kind. And Alan actually told, this is great. Alan told Bryce, after he heard the underwear in flight story that he told us, 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
He's just like, are we going to rename the Boortz Reports to the Boortz Briefs? Good.
Boortz Briefs.
That's good, Alan. I like it.
Well, I mean, I did give him underwear the last time that we all got together.
That's
so
right. So there's a couple reasons. There's a couple reasons called the Boortz Briefs. This is the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Let's get the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
Here we go.
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the Morning Extra.
Come on, man. This is just what we do. Sometimes we grab you by the shoulders and we just shake you until you are, back conscious.
Wake up.
Wake up. You've got to pay attention. You've got to know that there's things happening in the state of Georgia. There's things that are happening across America that are so important that we've given up what we did. Los gave up a 20-year sports career to come talk about what matters. I've given up country to come talk about what matters, and we're glad that you care. So a couple of the things that you need to be woken up to: Trump be in Rome on Thursday. State of the Union is a week from today. We had the only athlete from the state of Georgia win a gold medal. I mean, there's a couple of things that are happening here on the Morning Extra and that we've talked about this morning. But I want to bring up one by the show that comes on after us, the Glenn Beck program. A lot of respect for Glenn Beck, man. I've been reading his stuff for years, and enjoy his show. My favorite is when Glenn breaks out the grease board, right? The whiteboard.
His whiteboard work.
Dude, it is my favorite because I learn better when I can see things written out.
Yeah, especially like the last time that he did it, I think that was really helpful was when he explained all of Biden's shell companies.
Yes, exactly.
To show how money was moving from foreign governments into the Biden crime family, which ultimately they all then got presidential pardons for this stuff.
That's exactly right. And so let's give Glenn Beck credit. He finally, I'm seeing him talk about and hearing him talk about a story that we've been telling for over 5 years, and he's gotten it right. He and most America, most of the country, are waking up to the facts that we've been shouting here on Extra since it's been in existence. And I can only imagine how frustrated people like Janelle King are there on the state election board, how frustrated Garland Favorito from Voter GA is that has been on the show many, many times, both of them friends of the show for sure, how frustrated people in other states like Arizona are because they've been sounding the bell for their community, just like we've been sounding the bell about election problems in Georgia since Extra has been around. I want you to hear Glenn Beck, the way he lays it all out, and bravo to him for doing it.
thing that they are doing that is right is the Fulton County, Georgia situation with the election of 2020. The morning after the election, that's just to remind you, Georgia's Secretary of State went on national television and said 4.7 million votes had been cast. He said only about 2% remained to be counted, which is roughly 94,000 ballots. And he said at this moment, the margin is decisive. Even suggested if one candidate won 100% of all of the outstanding votes, it's not going to change the outcome. But when the final tally first came in, the total wasn't 4.7 million votes that had been cast. It was 5.023 million. Okay, wait, what? And in Fulton County alone, the absentee ballots reportedly rose from 74,000 to more than 148,000 between election night and final certification. Where did that come from? And that's why this shift happened. It reversed the apparent outcome of the state, and that's why Donald Trump was like, wait a minute, cheating is going on. The report now states, no known explanation has been provided to justify the surge. Pause. If the numbers change by that magnitude, after officials publicly declare with near final certainty, then again, we've got to get it right. Not almost right. We need it right. We don't need defensiveness, dismissal. We need clarity. The report then goes into the chain of custody. Okay, listen to this. Investigators found that 148,000 absentee ballots were accepted and counted without first performing mandatory signature verification. Tens of thousands allegedly arrived at State Farm Arena in unsecured mail carts. Wait, what? Do you know what chain of custody is? Chain of custody is really important. It's not a partisan phrase.
No, it's not. That's just making sure that everybody that has verified that these ballots are valid and they sign off of it. They sign off on it, and their signature is the guarantee that that's been done. Los has been talking about this as long as we've been a show, as long as this station has been in existence, continually saying it is impossible what happened on election night, because he brought up Brad Raffensperger. How many times have we played Brad saying, even if 100% of the votes go one way, Trump wins Georgia? He felt comfortable saying it on NBC News. And then we learned, Los, that of the fraudulent ballots, all 100% went for Joe Biden. Dude, good for Glenn Beck for bringing it all up. But if you listen to this show, if you listen to this station, we've been telling you this forever, and you probably already know everything Glenn has said.
All right, I have a question for you, Tug, but I want to frame it this way. So we spent the better part of that year in 2020, then into 2021, where whether it was a mask or 6 feet or why you have to stay home, and then eventually the vaccine program, everything was poised and put forth to you as safe and effective. Mm-hmm. Safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. To the point where it was drilled into people's minds where, that's how to be safe. That's how I'm going to be safe. These are effective ways to be safe. So by the time that you have an election, and now the push is, these were the freest and fairest elections in history. And it was echoed over and over and over and over and over and over. As I'm sitting there ready to complain about it, as I'm going to, is anybody else on Fox News bringing this up? No. You had to go to, News Nation for them to actually have some people that were talking about the inconsistencies. I felt like I was drinking crazy juice, that I was the only one doing it. And and here's my question for you, Tug. Was it just the conditioning, the malaise that made people not go, hey, mathematically, this doesn't make sense, because there weren't enough people that had the factual information to say, wait, that doesn't make any sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Glenn Beck took 5 years?
Yeah. It took 5 years to get to this point. Yes. So, yes, there was that. And the other part of it, and I hate to quote Hillary Clinton, but people were like, what does it matter anyway at this point? It's done and over with. What does it matter? And now all of a sudden, when the facts are readily available for people, they're like, oh, I guess it did matter. Welcome to the show, Glenn Beck. We're glad that you're here.
Glad you now know.
We love you. But we've been trying to tell you for how long? Maybe get out the grease board and go through all the facts that we've laid out forever. And our guests on this radio station and on this show have been laying out forever. I'm glad that he's finally noticing. And I can only imagine how frustrating it is for people, like I said, in Arizona, people in other states,
Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Yes, absolutely.
Had very similar scenarios
that experienced what we did. They probably, too, in their communities are screaming it from the rooftops. And finally, just finally, somebody's listening.
But we now actually, and I don't believe this to be an overstatement, if this all plays out, because whether it's the absentees or whether it's the mail-in ballots that have not been folded, when it's all the issues that we have, the missing images, all the crazy stuff that we got, this ends up being the greatest cheat in the history of U.S. presidential political history in terms of an election.
Yeah.
And it was fabricated, it was made, it was done right here in Fulton County. The greatest cheat in U.S. presidential history in an election was done here.
Dude, of all the things Georgia's known for.
And you wanted this sort of stuff, Tug.
No, I know.
You wanted the drama.
I did. And I remember watching during the 2000 election when it was all Florida and Ohio. That was the only thing they talked about. I was like, well, why is Georgia not in this? Why are we not an important state? Little did I know I was going to get what I asked for, fast forward 20 years ahead.
You would then be covering professionally.
It's crazy.
Perhaps the greatest cheating scandal in the history of U.S. presidential politics in terms of an election.
Be careful what you ask for because you're liable to get it.
That is what occurred right in our backyard.
Dude, it's unbelievable. For all the things.
And finally, thank you, Glenn, and thank the rest of everybody who's now starting to go, oh, wow, okay.
Boy, this is big. This is.
But that's my question. Was it just the malaise of the time period? As you said, it was like, well, this will just go away. All right, this is over with.
It's done. What are we going to do about it? People just gave up. They just washed their hands of it. Not because they didn't care necessarily, because they just felt like if I say something, people are going to roll their eyes. They're going to think a certain way about me. And so I'm just not going to say a word, and I'm just going to let it go. And that's the worst thing you could possibly do.
I think that people, and this is just my opinion of it, were so beaten down by what had happened over the previous year that the amount of fight that they had, and this is why we talk about psyops, and this is why they work on foreign countries when we want to, put in our own governments or execute some of the stuff that we want to be able to do in those countries. This is how we know it works, because it works on them and it worked on us.
Yeah.
We didn't have people until January 6th that were actually willing to say, hey, by the way, you just took my government away from me.
Dude, it's funny you say that because 2 seconds before that, I'd just written J6 on my sheet because that's exactly right. Finally, people were like, wait a minute, this is not okay.
This is statistically impossible that the establishment took the government back from the people.
And yet they were like, okay, just in case somebody gets rowdy, Trump's going to be out here speaking, just in case they get rowdy. Let's make it even more rowdy. Let's plant people in there that'll do things that the protesters won't because they're unarmed. Let's call it an insurrection. Let's call it, these crazy MAGA Republicans are here to overthrow the government. And we'll paint it all into it. And then what happened? People got more quiet.
Yeah.
People stopped talking even more because they were afraid to, because they were putting people's faces on billboards on interstates all around Atlanta saying, if you know this person, if you've seen this person, call the FBI now.
And true authoritarianism took off in this country.
Yeah, it did.
And so when I hear, well, we're in this we're not.
No.
The authoritarians were you all, and I lived through it.
And I saw
all it.
Up
I saw
close.
all of it.
We saw it up close. Because, like you said, of all the things that Georgia's known for, Coca-Cola, Dr. King, just all the things great things that have come from the state of Georgia. Now we get the scarlet letter of being the biggest fraudulent voting county in American history. That's the scarlet letter that we wear. And it ain't going anywhere. And it's in Coca-Cola red, by the way, so everybody can see it. When we come back, the left will never back Stephen A. Smith. Not talking the way he is. Next on Extra.
You can stream
Stream Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station while you work at extra1063.com. Get the latest from the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, and Neal Boortz, and stay connected at the office. That's xtra1063.com.
Hey, it's Tug. I want to tell you all about Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They're doing the 29th Annual Winter White Sale now. So call Chuck and his team to get expert service, expert technology, expert care. I mean, they can do it for your home or your business or both. And I know plenty of extra listeners who have changed over to Central Heating and Air Conditioning and now use them for their residential and their commercial buildings and their home. So this is a perfect time. And they've been working locally in Metro Atlanta for over 78 years. Give me another company in HVAC that's been doing it that long. Call Chuck and his team today. Get a great deal on new heating because we still got some cold days ahead. I know we're about to go into false spring where it feels very warm, but it won't last because March always throws us a big curveball here in Georgia. You know that. You can save up to $2,300 off that heating, that cooling, or the home solutions just to cleanse the air, making sure the air you breathe inside your home is good, clean, healthy air. Save up to $2,300 and set yourself up for comfort for years to come with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com, centralheat.com.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through March 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at Subaru of Gwinnett. Explore the full lineup of hybrid, electric, gas, and wilderness vehicles, including the 2026 Subaru Forester and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Every Subaru is made with love and built to last, with dependability and value coming standard. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2026 Subaru Outback or land on the reliability of the 2026 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. And the 2026 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. There's a lot to discover and a lot to love at Subaru of Gwinnett. Come in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hello.
Hey, is this Mike Fitzgerald?
No, I think you have the wrong number. Wish I could help you.
Well, you could if you were Mike Fitzgerald.
Who is Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald is the only realtor I'll talk to because he can sell my house fast for a great price and even in this market.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Mike Fitzgerald.
Oh, I figured that out. Because Mike Fitzgerald would have sold my house already.
Need to sell your home? You need Mike Fitzgerald from the Harry Norman Realtors team. Exclusive Georgia members of Forbes Global Properties. Learn more at MikeFitzgeraldRealty.com. That's where you'll find Mike Fitzgerald.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. It's 2026 and it's going to be a great year. So let's start the year off with a quiz. So what's the difference in a criminal and a socialist Democrat? Well, a criminal wants to steal your stuff, but a socialist Democrat wants to steal your freedom. So let's talk about safes. The Atlanta Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands like Browning, Champion, and Fort Knox. With over 500 safes in stock, we are the place to buy a safe. So come by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
You and your buddy. You've been through a lot with each other. The ups and the downs. He's been with you every morning, noon, and night. You've traveled the world together. Heck, he was even with you on your first big date. But have you noticed he's struggling lately? Not performing on the job. He can't even stand up straight anymore. He's wanting to cry out for help, but just doesn't know how. He needs Dr. Deal and Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can give him the gift of good posture this year, help him stand proud and become all he was meant to be. Now, take him by the hand, look him in the eye and say, I appreciate you, little fella, and we're going to get you some help. We're going to call 404-777-1911. We're going to visit stopmyed.com. We are going to say goodbye to erectile dysfunction forever. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. It's a hard conversation to have, but it's one worth having. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Online at stopmyed.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
We live in a time where everything is digital. Photos, videos, messages. We document our lives constantly. But some of the most important moments in our lives are all captured long before smartphones even existed, and they're still sitting on VHS tapes and film reels and old photographs. And these fragile formats were never meant to last forever. That's where Legacy Box comes in. Legacy Box was founded over a decade ago with a mission to preserve family memories and bring them into the digital age. They make the process extremely simple and safe. You order a Legacy Box, send in your tapes, your films, your photos, and their team digitizes everything right here in the United States. And you get the original media back along with the secure digital files that you can watch and share and protect for the future. I always urge you to prepare, and there's no better way to prepare than to save your past. Tanya and I use Legacy Box because we trust them to preserve our family's memories, and you should too. Future-proof your family history with Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/records and take advantage of 50% off today. That's legacybox.com/records.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 17th, and here are your headlines. Civil rights groups are pushing to limit how data seized in the Fulton County election office raid can be used, calling for protections on voter information and raising concerns about privacy and potential misuse of personal data. The group filed court briefs saying the documents unsealed so far don't justify broad access to sensitive records, and they want the judge to set clear boundaries on future disclosures. Metro Atlanta native Elena Myers-Taylor has won a gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Milan, adding to her decorated bobsled career and becoming one of the most successful U.S. athletes in sports history. Myers-Taylor's latest victory caps years of consistent excellence on the world stage and helps boost Team USA's medal count to 6 in Italy. And finally, more than 40 Cobb County schools were recognized for academic excellence by State School Superintendent Richard Woods, earning awards for literacy, math, or both based on strong performance and growth on Georgia Milestone Test. The honors highlights schools across the district and underscore continued efforts to improve student achievement at all grade levels. Today's weather is mainly sunny with a high of 73 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Hey, it's Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. We want to invite you to show your support for heroes that serve our community every day and become a table sponsor or purchase a ticket and support the Smyrna Public Safety Foundation's Hero Dinner and Gala. March 5th, Boxwood Social Hall in Marietta. Get all the information about it, learn how to be a part of it, and all the foundation events for that matter. Go to smyrnapsf.org. It's smyrnapsf.org. Hopefully you'll participate in that, man, because there's great folks over at the Smyrna Public Safety Foundation. They do good work over there. Lowe's, today is Fat Tuesday. Today,
yeah,
final day of the carnival season. Today's Mardi Gras 2026.
Cranking it up.
I don't know much about Mardi Gras. A buddy of mine is from New Orleans, so he keeps me in the loop, and he usually has something big at his house. Cooks a whole bunch of food, and they just just live it up. And they're traveling back home. And I may have gotten home yesterday because they had been down in New Orleans, visiting family and taking in everything that leads up to Mardi Gras. And do you know much? Do you participate? Are you interested in that at all?
So my next door neighbors when I was growing up were from Louisiana, Bogalusa, Louisiana to be exact. And so they had some good Cajun influence in their home growing up, and so they would do all the traditional recipes and all the meals and everything else, and they would always make it a point too once Mardi Gras hit to go find the Mardi Gras places to hang out and do the thing like that. So we're going to be in New Orleans come Thursday, and because it's the end, we know what we're in for. Everything's going to smell like urine and fun.
Yes, that's right. I've never been to New Orleans. Ever been down there. I'm not saying I wouldn't ever go, but there's nothing about New Orleans, and I know people are going to be booing the radio and saying you're a knucklehead and dumb and ugly.
Go for it, Tug. I'm going to give you the room to do it.
Yeah, I just have no desire to go. I'm not. I mean, if something takes me there for work or something, I would go. It's not like I would buck the system and not go. But there's nothing that makes me go, man, I want to plan a trip to New Orleans. And I've told this to people that are from New Orleans, and you would act, they act like I shot their mother or something. Like it's the dumbest thing that I've ever said in my whole life. And I was like, well, if you spend time with me, you'll hear me say all kinds of dumb things.
Well, I was going to say I wouldn't put that as number one.
Yeah.
But what I would
might
say
be up there though.
what I would say is the food's outstanding.
Yeah, I believe that.
The music scene is great, especially if you want to see live music and you want to Jazz Fest every year is awesome.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, when it comes to a host city, I haven't done a volleyball tournament there. I've done football games there and other events there. So I'm going to be looking forward to kind of seeing what the vibe is in the convention center down there, and seeing whether or not we can get the other parents once the kids are back in the hotel rooms to be like, hey, why don't we go across the street for some live music and a couple drinks?
Let's ease across and see what's going on. Bryce,
let's see what's around here.
Have you ever been down there, Bryce?
I've been down there once. Los, I was going to say, do you eat burgers?
I eat my version of burgers.
Yeah.
Okay. There was this one restaurant down there I was going to recommend to you that we went to. It's called, I think it's Port of Call.
Port of Call. Okay.
And they give you this massive burger and a massive side of a loaded baked potato. And it is one of the best burgers that you will ever have.
Okay. All right. So
best burgers in New Orleans since the 1960s. Port of Call.
Okay. Very, very, very good. But no, I mean, I've been down there once, and it's exactly what you thought it was. Weed, urine, all that.
It's a party town.
I know it is.
Let's face it, it's a party town.
I would say the same thing about Vegas. I've been there once covering the Academy of Country Music Awards, and there's not a bit of desire that I have to go back. I didn't enjoy it. It's not my scene. It's not my thing.
You got to go get beignets.
Okay, yeah, right. I've heard that down in New Orleans, but I don't know. And then Lent, I've participated in the Lent a few times over the years, which I guess starts tomorrow. And I didn't grow up doing that, giving up something from Lent till all the way to Easter, 40 days till Easter, whatever. And I don't think I'm going to do that either. I haven't done it in several years. I did it for like 2 years in a row.
You don't necessarily have to give up something.
Well, what's the other thing?
You can just try and make something to be better, be better at. More intentional about doing something else.
Okay, all right. See, I've always heard it as giving up something, Los. That's everything I'd ever known about it was that.
My dad every single year for Lent will give up liquor and alcohol.
That's exactly what I did.
And so from Sunday moving forward until Easter, he won't consume anything. But once we get to Easter, good Lord, that man's let's bust open every margarita in town.
Yeah. Wide open. So Ash Wednesday, I guess, is tomorrow, right? And then the beginning, that's when Lent starts, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make sure. Because I don't know it well enough because I didn't do that growing up. And I know a lot of people, that specifically Catholics, or it's something major important.
Yeah, I grew up Catholic, and every Wednesday, go to Ash Wednesday, get the ashes on your forehead.
Yeah, and eat fish on Friday too, right? Yep. That's the thing.
And tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. I just I don't know.
If there's any good fish fries around, send recommendations.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely right.
Time to get after it with the fish fries.
I know there's a Catholic church, Los, in Johns Creek that does fish fries every Friday, and my wife grew up doing fish on Friday, and she's not Catholic either, but it was just a tradition that they had in upstate New York. It's just what they did, and when she told me, I was like, "Y'all do what?" I'd never even heard of it. So
when my wife and I. And typically it's when we're in Florida, but that's going to be harder to do with the girls' travel schedule. So when we find ourselves anywhere near the ocean, we will jump out of the vegan thing and go pescatarian, and we'll eat some fish, fresh fish.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to this trip to New Orleans is that, I mean, you're going to have some options. This isn't the, hey, we froze it and it's been sitting on the supermarket shelf. It's like, no. This is going to be
this is actually
fresh.
This is right out of the water. We got this thing cleaned up and ready for you. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. You have a lot of, I guess, the Democrats seem to have a lot of options. I'm not saying they're good options, but they seem to have a lot of options for who they want to back when it comes to to elections and the politics of the United States of America. Whether it is Kamala that we brought up earlier, that the polling showed that she's, I guess, kind of the favorite, which doesn't seem like a good option. You got Gavin Newsom, which Barack Obama threw under the bus day before yesterday. Coming off of that Munich security conference. You have AOC, who looks like a buffoon on the world stage, reached out to the New York Times because she realizes how ignorant she looked. And then there's Stephen A. Smith, who seems to be really liked by people on each side of the aisle. He comes off as very genuine. He comes off as a guy that you could sit down and reason with, talk with. You may not come to an agreement. You may not agree on everything, but at least he is saying things that kind of make common sense. You know, and that's the problem for the Democrat Party when it comes to Stephen A.
That's going to be the problem, just as you said, Tug, because once you start getting into certain areas and you are not towing party line, for instance, if you were to say something like this.
Make no mistake about it, we wouldn't have a border crisis under my watch. Hell no. We wouldn't have this crime that exists in the streets of New York. You wouldn't hear about me saying defund the police. We ain't defunding any police. I'm calling 911 when there's a problem. I know you're calling 911 when there's a problem. I'll be damned if I'm going to have less police officers out there. There's going to be more. That's me. I would focus on a flourishing economy and making sure we did everything we could, because I believe when you have something to lose, you know how to behave. When you have something to lose, you know how to behave.
Yep.
If you have nothing, you have nothing to lose. And as a result, you're willing to tear down anything, even if it's America, because you feel betrayed by a country that's supposed to be looking out for you and positioning you to thrive instead of wallow in misery and suffering. So, of course, I would pay attention to the economy. I would pay attention to all of those things.
So the two problems he has there, obviously, talking about enhancing police presence, which we've now seen, whether it's through actual police presence or federal police presence, the left immediately goes crazy. And not only that, to hear him bring up and to downplay and to blow off victimization mentality. He's like, if you don't have anything, well, then, of course, then you're a destructive force.
Yeah, you got nothing to lose.
You got nothing to lose. And so that alone would put him in a position where Democrat primary voters would be like, because they've been conditioned to have to think this way. He would be, he sounds like a 90s Democrat.
Yeah.
Because that's
right.
what he is.
Yeah. And the people going to the primary, to their polling place or whatever, they're like, well, who am I going to vote for? All right, he represents this victim, this victim group, and this person represents that victim group, whatever. And then they get to Stephen A. and be like, well, who does he represent? Hey, he doesn't represent anybody in a victim group. We definitely can't choose him.
Okay. So I'm glad you went that direction, because it sets up this perfectly. So you would think to yourself, well, I mean, if you want, I'll use the black deflector shield, and this is what I'll do. But that is not the way Stephen A. Smith looks to play this. Take a listen.
Does he worry about racism if he ran for president?
No. I know it exists. I know that you can't escape it, but I do not believe it is as prevalent as some on the left would like us to believe. I do believe a vast majority of Americans judge you on the content of your individual character rather than the color of your skin. I think a lot of people in America, especially in this day and age, now more so than ever before, it's not about race. It's about the fact that they don't give a damn about it because they got their own problems. That's entirely different than believing they are superior to you and they want to hold you back from ascending. That's not what's going on to the degree that it was decades ago. What's going on now is that we have more white Americans and others suffering and worried about the state of our nation. And because they're concerned about that, that's where their worries lie.
So you just took what is one of the main identifiers that the far left politicians try to use, race, gender, and you threw it out the window.
Joe Biden.
No chance.
Yeah, yeah, they're going to leave. Yeah, no
chance.
They won't even invite him to be a part of the debates. He wouldn't even be invited because he would say some of those things to the shock and horror of the Democrats in the crowd that are watching. Can you imagine how shocked their hair would be blown back, dude, to hear somebody talk like that in front of them?
And let's be, as far as where his perspective is, Stephen A. Smith is the highest paid employee for ESPN.
Yeah, so he realizes that race isn't an issue.
And
He's
it's not
making
'cause
more
he's
than
black.
right. He's making more than anybody because he's talented. Because he understands content. He understands discussion. He's a pretty measured guy. I don't agree with him all the time, but on many things I do, and I got no problem with him. He's not the guy that I'm going to vote for. Like J.D. Vance is my guy, but if I'm on the other side, and I could peel off a couple people that might be kind of teetering, hey, you know what? The Democrat Party has left me altogether. Republican, I don't necessarily want to vote for the Republicans. I don't seem to agree with the Republicans as much as I would like. Stephen A. comes along, and he's like, well, there's the guy that I think I could get behind, but they're not going to have the chance to. Because the Democrats are going to be like, hell no.
And by the way, ESPN, like at one point, it was John Gruden because football with Monday night was their big money maker. Now it's become more discussion, topic, and content generation. So the two highest now are Stephen A. Smith, Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
You know, as things change. But again, they have more in common than they don't.
Yeah,
They're both content creators.
That's right.
They're both, fun in their own way. And so I just think that the way that the Democrat Party is currently constructed and what they believe in and what they push, Stephen A. Smith can sound like a 90s Democrat to all of us and go, you know what? I put it this way. If he was ever elected to run my city, I would say, all right, I don't think he's going to wreck it.
Yeah, no, that's right.
But he would never get to a national level with the Democrats based on that.
Could never, especially saying I don't think racism is a big deal because Biden said race was the biggest deal. Everybody in the Biden administration said race was the biggest problem that we have in America. And if you drill down, white supremacy is the biggest threat to America. Not China, white supremacy. Stephen A. just upset the apple cart by saying that's not true.
I think trans violence at this point would give white supremacy a run for its money.
Holy cow.
In fact, I think that they've lapped them 3 times.
Yes, they have. Absolutely. They're the Michael Phelps of freaking being that outrageous and that violent. It's unbelievable. All right, when we come back, this is Los, I'm sorry. I don't apologize ahead of time. Oh, I don't mean to break your heart. Well, you know what? It's not me, actually. It's not me breaking your heart. It's Barack Obama. He's going to break your heart again next.
Extra 3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 17th. From the NFL, a flurry of moves around the league as the Miami Dolphins, they are cleaning house. The team plans to cut leading linebacker Bradley Chubb either as a start of year or June 1st designation, along with 8-time Pro Bowl receiver Tyreek Hill, who's coming off a knee injury that turns 32 years old next month. College basketball action. Georgia Tech is off tonight. They will host 14th ranked Virginia tomorrow night. As for this evening, Georgia, they're on the road taking on Kentucky. That tip-off is set for 9 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, 1 second chance at a time. This week's guest is Makia Metzger, Cobb County Solicitor General. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So, you had a long day. You decided to stop for a cocktail on the way home. The next thing you know, you had one too many, and you just got pulled over. You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance can get you or a loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a matter of hours. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Get help now. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT, or contact them online at atlbail.com.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, Seasons Garages.com.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and to learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Are you paying too much in taxes? Most people are, and they don't even realize it. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Every year, hardworking individuals and business owners send more money to the IRS than they legally have to. I hate to see it. Not because they did anything wrong, but because the tax code is complex. It's always changing, and it's full of opportunities most people never hear about. So here's the real question. Could you be paying less in taxes? With the right strategy, many people can. Through smarter planning, overlooked deductions, and better retirement and income decisions, you can win in retirement. That's why we're offering a complimentary tax analysis. No cost, no obligation, just a clear look at where you may be overpaying and what you can do about it. Stop guessing, get answers. Call Nicholas Wealth Management 678-990-8500, 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6.
Now we got Phil on the horn, and he has a question about your meatloaf recipe.
Yeah, Phil, welcome, sir. What's going on?
You gave me the recipe for your meatloaf, and I couldn't understand the steak sauce you said, and because you kept, about those.
Okay, let me explain.
Every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Here's another reason the left will despise RFK, because he's targeting high ultra-processed foods that are bad for you. He's going after them. The left going to hate him for that. I don't know why, because it's so obvious that it's bad for you. But if he's connected to Donald Trump, it wouldn't matter if he cured cancer. They're going to hate him.
I thought it was pretty provocative listening to Cheryl Hines, his wife. She was on the Joe Rogan podcast last week.
Yep.
And she talked about all the stuff that he has done, namely fighting corporate America to clean up the environment and to try to make things healthier and helping people where they'd been exposed to chemicals and waste. You know, like real life Aaron Brockovich stuff in terms of like what she did, what the movie portrayed. He was doing the same thing. And then by the time he gets into power within the administration, now suddenly the left is like, he just wants to get people killed.
Hate his guts. I can't believe he's targeting our Wendy's.
He actually made it a point in his life to go after problems that make people sick.
Yeah.
And suddenly, he's the enemy for trying to do the same thing just at a federal level.
He's Beelzebub's brother.
Yep.
You know,
he took away my Cheez-Its.
That's right. He was making me eat these naked Doritos that are terrible. I can speak from experience. I bought some of those naked Doritos. They are awful. Yeah, they just taste like tortilla chips. They taste like just tortilla chips like you would get at a Mexican restaurant.
Well, then they fooled you, man.
Yeah, no, it's great marketing. They did it. Yeah, they just sold me tortilla chips, and it made the same difference.
Listen, I've made an adjustment years ago. Like for me, if I'm going to have a chip, I like the baked stuff.
Yeah, those are good. Yeah, like the baked Lays or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. I had some the other day. I do have some bad news, Los. Barack Obama. Well, Barack actually has the bad news. Now, he's not saying there isn't aliens. So you can take that off the table. You can breathe a sigh of relief because he's not challenging you on that. But he is saying that they've not been here or they're lying to the president, one of the two.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
I was surprised as president that was Barack Obama said the first thing he wanted to know was, are there aliens, when he got into office. I find that a little far-fetched. I find it hard to believe, but let's just say that's it. Dude, he was interested like you're interested, and he was disappointed. Are you disappointed to find out that Barack Obama says there's nothing at Area 51? We've not made any contact. Nothing exists that he knows of?
No, because he'd never be read into this stuff.
Oh, got it.
Ever.
Got it.
I remember, presidents are temporary, man.
Yeah, they're not going to give all the good stuff to the president. God, goodness.
I mean, the people that run this stuff, and here's the tinfoil hat.
Okay, Reynolds, please, Reynolds Wrap. When are you going to sponsor the show?
Thank you. The people that run this stuff are so beyond the presidency of the United States. They look at themselves as the people that run this country.
Yeah. This is the deep state, right?
And to think. And here's the other end of this stuff. To think that you've had so many black operations where money this isn't conspiracy theory at this point. We've had congressional hearings that have been bipartisan about the only thing that both sides completely get along on and question is when there is any of why is our money going into these black budgets that we never see where it goes again in terms of this military technology.
Yeah.
Every single time we've had those, both sides, whether it's Anna Paulina Luna or even AOC, Cowboy Girl, they all cooperate being like, why is this money going over to these areas? And quite honestly, you can't get into some of it because I think you would have people that would end up going to prison.
Yeah. Look, I believe in that for sure. Just the advanced technology that we have that nobody knows about, even probably presidents at this point don't fully know or fully understand. Let's go with fully understand. Just the ability that they have. I mean, we joke about the discombobulator. There's a reason that that's a bit of a joke. It's because we've believed that there was some sort of energy that we could use.
Yeah, a frequency device that would create a scenario where it affects the human mind and you become inept.
Yeah, and it was Havana syndrome is what they call it, right? Once that's used on you.
Yes.
Am I right about that? Yeah. So we know for years we've known there's stuff like that out there that we're never going to be privy to, we're never going to be told about, and that's probably step one of 100 steps getting to what we can actually do. And what we're actually capable of, is my guess.
I would just tell you that the draconian aliens are the only ones that probably shouldn't exist.
The what now?
The draconians.
Okay, yeah.
I want you to look into the draconians.
Okay.
You got a documentary recommendation for that?
Just YouTube. You'll be fine.
Yeah, be plenty there. Draconian aliens?
Commonly referred to as the lizard people.
Oh, Lord, yes. The lizard. The lizard. This is
and then we had a documentary, in the 80s called V.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Which was meant to condition all of us to be used to the lizard people.
Dude, I've never been more terrified in my whole life as a child watching V when they would rip their skin off and you could see the fact they're reptilian. Yeah, dude, it terrified. But I couldn't look away from it. Like my cousin Greg, he would watch that show and got me to watch it with him a few times, and it would scare me to death. But I could not look away. It was so, I was petrified, but I was so fascinated that I couldn't look away. No, it's crazy.
And why? Again, you can watch that as a documentary. Maybe you can, why don't you go rent the documentary Stargate?
Oh, there you go. See,
you'll learn about some stuff today.
Yeah. Bryce's in there taking notes. I love it. All right, well.
What about Men in Black?
That's more just comedy, but still,
silly.
but still, the idea exists.
Okay, there you go. It's the wisdom of one front office Los when it comes to the extraterrestrial. We're taking our tinfoil hat off right now, but Reynolds or Publix. I mean, Publix or Kroger, don't y'all have your own brands of...
Barack Obama backed off it the next day, too, by the way. It wasn't like he was...
Yeah.
He was like, they exist.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah, he definitely said they do. We've not run into them, as if he would tell us the truth. All right, that does it for us. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The Morning Extra, Neal Boortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
He was a force of nature like few others before him. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That tribute to the Reverend Jesse Jackson came on Truth Social, where President Trump posted after his death. He was a good man with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts.
I would like to be measured by my box score, not by the home run or the strikeout, but being a a long-distance servant.
The late Reverend Jesse Jackson was a fixture in Democratic politics whose self-stated mission was to help people find common ground. His family announced his death in a statement saying Jackson died peacefully this morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. Jackson had been battling neurological disorders, including Parkinson's disease. He was 84. There was a new round of U.S.-Iran talks today in Geneva through a mediator. Fox's Trey Yingst monitoring from Tel Aviv.
We do know from Iran's foreign minister, who just released a statement, that principles of understanding were agreed to with the United States. Now, Iranian state media says that technical details were discussed, including Iran's nuclear program, with uranium enrichment and stockpile levels being covered.
President Trump has threatened the U.S. could attack Iran again like last year if they don't scale back that nuclear program. Iran's supreme leader warned today the strongest army in the world can sometimes be slapped so hard it cannot get up. The same U.S. negotiators in those talks, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, also brokering peace negotiations today in Geneva between Russia and Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matt Whitaker tells Fox,
it's going to take both sides to come up with a way that they can agree to end this war.
This is quite a celebration day. Not only Mardi Gras parades and festivities, Brazil to New Orleans the day before the Christian season of Lent begins. They also rang in the Lunar New Year across Asia. That's in China, starting the year of the horse. America's listening to Fox News.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Ben Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G coverage. What? Franklin wasn't even a president. Hang on to those Benjamins. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, to switch to an American wireless company that's truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There is selling to start a holiday-shortened week on Wall Street. The Dow down 148 points. The Nasdaq is dropping 240. The S&P 500 losing 46 points. The price of oil is also down, not much, still around $62 a barrel. At the gas pump, regular's down a cent, putting AAA's national average for regular $2.91 per gallon. That's still 8 cents more than a month ago. A quarter about cheaper, however, than what we were paying a year ago. Oil and gas are in short supply in Cuba after the U.S. threats to tariff countries that supply that country.
Cuba has no more fuel, according to President Trump, on account of the new government in Venezuela abiding by the U.S. order not to provide Cuba with oil. And the president says now would be the right time for Cuba's government to make significant reforms and stop engaging with U.S. adversaries.
We're talking to Cuba right now, and Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now, and they should absolutely make a deal.
Speaking aboard Air Force One en route to Washington from West Palm Beach, reports from Cuba suggest widespread power outages, and airlines have stopped flying to Cuba on account of not being able to refuel their aircraft. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
This is a big deal. Potentially.
Warner Brothers Discovery says it will reopen merger talks with Paramount Skydance. Paramount wants to buy all of the business, including the cable unit, which includes CNN and TNT. Netflix already has a deal to buy most of the business, Warner's movie and TV studios and HBO Max, but not the cable channels. Netflix said in a statement that it believes its offer remains superior, but granted Warner a 7-day waiver to fully and finally resolve this matter. Netflix has the right to match any offer Warner accepts from another bidder. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
At the Olympics, Norway won gold, their Winter Games leading 29th medal. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
of entertainment, enlightenment, and empowerment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on.
Hello, America. I want to introduce you to somebody that I and my staff are becoming big fans of. Her name is Judy Shelton. She is an Independent Institute Senior Fellow. She's the author of Good as Gold. And she has some sway, there at the Fed and in Washington. And she is actually offering a plan on how we could get back to the gold standard. Next hour, I'm going to try to explain how the Fed is just destroying our money, And I'll explain how 2%, the target inflation, is insanity. Why do we put up with this? But Judy is here to explain gold, how it's all working, what we need to do, and maybe how we can have sound money again. We'll talk to her in 60 seconds. First, Patriot Mobile. Something that's actually powerful about money. It doesn't just buy service. It sends a message, Every call that you make, every text you send, every dollar you spend is a vote for something you believe in. That's part of the idea behind Patriot Mobile. They're not just a cell company or a phone company. They're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and every portion of every dollar they earn goes to fund causes and organizations that match the beliefs of you, the people who support them. Things like the First Amendment freedoms, all 5 of them. The Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, support for our military, veterans, first responders. But it goes beyond writing checks. Patriot Mobile is actively involved in defending those values, is showing up, speaking out, and helping support communities that are fighting for the same principles that you care about. So when you switch your service and start paying your bill through Patriot Mobile, you're getting not just reliable coverage and U.S.-based support, you're supporting freedom. Go to patriotmobile.com/Beck. Call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. Use the promo code Beck. Get a free month of service. It's patriotmobile.com/Beck. 972-PATRIOT. Promo code Beck. Judy, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm fine, and Glenn, I'm so honored to be with you and your listeners. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you. Can we just to go into a little bit of the past with you? It's 1989, and you publish a book called The Coming Soviet Collapse. All the experts say, that's crazy, that's not going to happen. And just a few months later, the Berlin Wall falls. What did you see that everybody else was missing?
I'm kind of a green eye shade accountant by nature. And I think that when I took on what was meant to be a very scholarly and probably dull project as a postdoctoral fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, my goal was to study the impact of Western capital on the Soviet economy. Because it turned out, and you had to look at CIA statistics and some other statistics from government agencies to see this, but Western banks and Western governments were lending twice as much as any of them thought to the Soviet government, which was really bailing out Gorbachev and all of his programs and not causing the Soviet Union to reconcile with everything it spent on a war machine. So I looked at the Soviet financial statements, and I really analyzed their internal budget figures, and it became apparent that it wasn't adding up. They always showed they had a balanced budget, but in fact they were running a huge budget deficit, and they were financing it by printing rubles. And so it was in analyzing and then recognizing that I was able to say, and it even surprised me at first, that this country was going bankrupt.
So you did this in the 90s, right before, the Asian crash. You have a way of being ahead of the curve. Where are we today? Go ahead.
Well, sorry, I was just thinking that book actually came out in January of 1989, and by December of 1991, there was no more Soviet Union. So it is wrong to say governments can't go bankrupt. They can. And that goes to your question of where are we now? It's alarming that our own country is running what everyone admits is an unsustainable budget. We don't even see that over 10 years we have a plan to come close to balancing it. And yet everyone says, well, this is unsustainable in the long run, but no one ever says this is day one of the long run.
So tell us the truth that politicians will just never say. What does this look like if we stay on this path? How long do we have, and what happens?
Well, I think that it shows that you don't have faith in the future viability of your country. To me, it's here we are about to celebrate this year our 250th anniversary. And if you asked most Americans, do you think we will still be around, let alone standing tall, in 50 years, in 2076? I don't know that you would hear a strong affirmation of yes. And I think everyone's aware, and we're dealing with the fallout of fiscal deficit spending every day with this dread we all feel from perpetual inflation. We're never able to catch up, no matter how much we're reassured that wage gains are helping to keep up. Maybe for some people, yes. Maybe for others, no. And the problem for me is until we establish a beachhead that we're willing to look this problem square in the face and demand honest government, which means an end to deficit spending, which I consider immoral, because you're allowing people to consume today goods and services that haven't even been produced yet, which is robbing the next generation. And we just need to face this and say we believe in honest jobs, that is productive labor that results in genuine output that increases real prosperity instead of just being told the GDP's gone up because maybe Wall Street is making out financially. And we can't have these government shutdowns. We have to have functional government and just say that we won't tolerate massive government at the expense of private sector growth. And then I think we need to guarantee honest money. So I have a very small proposal, which is just to begin to establish a link between what has long been the constitutional money of the United States, that is a dollar defined in terms of gold, as a special treasury offering for people who want that guarantee that they could convert a treasury security to gold redeemability in the future. And I'm even suggesting 50 years from now, if you believe that our country will still be standing.
I have to tell you, this is the only, return to the gold standard idea that I have heard, and I'm going to explain it in great detail next hour, but it's the only thing that I have heard that actually would work. Everything else would be too disruptive. I mean, it would just cause so much pain. But this one allows us to go back to a gold standard because we know we're going to have to pay it out in gold eventually. If people stop believing. And so it slowly forces us back into the gold standard. But I've heard so many people say, bankers, et cetera, say, Glenn, there's not enough gold on the earth to be able to pay for everything that we have now. There's just not enough gold to do that. Is that true? And
I think that's very perceptive of you to see that when people say, they're for a gold standard, or say that I'm for a gold standard, they really don't define what they mean. It's not a matter of the government having enough gold to cover even the paper money that's out there. The Federal Reserve has printed something like $4.5 trillion in paper money, and about 70% of that circulates outside the United States. So our gold holdings, while they are the largest in the world, we have 261 million ounces, and no other country even comes close. They nevertheless, it might be worth $1.3 trillion. What I'm really talking about is, in some ways, it's symbolic, you could say, but it's also quite real, because it would be the first time for there to be an official link between the dollar and gold since President Nixon ended the Bretton Woods system, which was based on a gold convertible dollar, and ended in August 1971. It would be a way of saying for bondholders who are willing to lend money to the government. I mean, we know, as you said, our treasury markets, they need to be stable, they need to be popular. But if you had an instrument that said to people who are willing to lend money to our government, but who are maybe skeptical about losing purchasing power of the dollar over the duration of that bond, it's a way of saying you will have a choice at maturity of being paid out in the face value of the bond. That's a normal Treasury security. Or you can receive this much gold, a pre-established amount, and it is at your option. And I think that is a way to say, in a way, we're putting our money where our mouth is, or you could say we're putting our gold where our money is. We actually have the gold sitting there doing nothing. It's been doing nothing since 1971, although it is carried on the books of the Treasury and on the books of the Federal Reserve at a value of being worth $11 billion. So we have a windfall profit right there. If we were to offer this Treasury instrument and specifically warehouse the gold to serve as collateral, that would do two important things. One, it would reassure a lot of people who don't even think the gold exists at Fort Knox. I'm amazed that people don't even trust our government enough to believe it exists. So I think it demands an audit. But secondly, how do we know the next presidential administration isn't going to be even more spendthrift and someone gets the bright idea, oh, let's just sell that gold? And because we haven't reconciled our budgetary dilemma, that money just goes down a rat hole, because that's what happened in the UK. No, I want to lock it up. I want to lock that up. Those are the family jewels, but I want to use them as a stake to say we are moving our way toward sound finances and sound money.
Talking to Judy Shelton, she has a book out, Good as Gold. It actually outlines a doable way to actually get us to a gold standard. And I think it is the best, I mean, who am I? But the best solution I have heard that's actually workable. And I hope that our government actually pays attention to this, because I think it's really good. I want to talk to you about the gold in Fort Knox and also what's happening with gold and silver here in just a second. First, give me 60 seconds and we're back. Picture a job site, 6:30 in the morning. Generators, they're humming, trucks are backing in, crews spread out, half a framed building. Somebody's on the roof, somebody's pouring concrete, somebody else is running materials from the trailer, and the foreman is trying to coordinate all of it. You can't afford confusion. You can't afford miscommunication. When a load, is moving or a piece of equipment is swinging, everybody needs to hear the same instructions at the same time, and that's where Rad 1 from Rapid Radios makes sense. It's rugged, ready-to-go communication device built for the real-world conditions, dust, noise, distance, movement, all of it. You don't have to pair it with an app. You don't have to configure a bunch of settings. You just charge it, turn it on, and you're connected. Designed for people who need clear, instant communication without depending on spotty cell service or crossing their fingers that a call is going to go through. On a job site, time is money, clarity is safety, and Rad 1 is built for both. The new Rad 1 is officially live. Head on over to rapidradios.com. Get the radio built for real-life communication. Real-life communication being redefined right now only at rapidradios.com. That's rapidradios.com. 10 seconds.
Hey gang, it's Neal Boortz. Now I know how much you've missed me in Atlanta. I'm reminding you can hear me throughout the day here on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
So we're with Judy Shelton, and she is the author of the book Good as Gold, which is a doable framework to get us back on the gold standard. The problem Judy, that I see, you said it amazes you how many people don't believe there's gold in there. The reason why we don't is there's not an audit. Why doesn't our government, if there is gold there, why won't our government let the Queen walked in with a bunch of cameras. Why won't we do that?
I think that President Trump has a mind to do that. And Elon Musk has also talked about doing exactly that. I said it would be a public relations bonanza. I think it could be a live television tour, and many people would want to watch.
Right. I talked to him about it. He was good as gold on it. He was going for it. And then it just stopped. And he's like, no, we're not going to do that. So, but you do believe that the gold is there. I'm encouraging
it. I brought it up recently. And yes, but I think there's another aspect. Physically, the audit has been in past years, to just observe that certain seals have not been broken.
Right.
But if we're talking about a physical audit, I think that's something much more profound and convincing. But you also need to ensure that there are no encumbrances, that is, no financial contracts that in any way represent a lien against that as collateral.
Somebody told me once that, rehypothecation is going to be a real problem because they believed that we have taken our gold and others' gold, and our Federal Reserve has just kind of mixed them all together and said, okay, this is for you. You can print that, but we're also going to use that to back up this, money over here and this project over here. And it's been used over and over and over again that if the crap ever hits the fan, we've used that gold so many times. Who actually owns it? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, I think that needs to be sorted out in a convincing way. That brings out that accounting nerd personality I referred to earlier in myself. And I think that's an extremely important task. The Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, is considered the central bank of central banks. And gold is still used to facilitate exchanges. A number of countries have kept their gold for a long time in the basement of the New York Federal Reserve District Bank. Some of them are requesting that it be returned to their own vaults, which I think is significant. And these gold has long been part of the international financial system. Alan Greenspan, who was a legendary central banker of the world's most important central bank, our Federal Reserve, has always said that the only truly global money is gold.
I know that Trump nominated you to be on the Federal Reserve Board, which I would have been just cheering for. People came out of the woodwork to make sure that they torpedoed that. How do you feel about the Federal Reserve? And can we start with the 2008 crash? That just seemed like a giant bailout for the banks, and everybody else got screwed. And we set ourselves up for worse problems now.
Well, the thing is, the Federal Reserve keeps for itself enormous powers on the justification that it is in the premier position to prevent financial instability. Mm-hmm. So no other institution could be held more responsible for 2008. The Fed's job is to properly calibrate the demand for money and credit to the needs of the economy, and no one at the Fed saw that coming. So we end up having this debacle, and it ends up requiring bailouts, as you say. And for me, what's bothersome is that the Fed, as a result of that, instead of being chastised, really insisted on enlarging the enormous powers that it already had. And we saw that under Ben Bernanke as the head of the Fed, our central bank engaged in these massive programs of purchasing treasury debt and mortgage-backed securities and bringing about zero interest rates for 7 years. And I think it was just a stagnant time for the economy. And remember when President Trump was first running, like in 2015 and 2016, he said, I'm a developer. Of course, I always like low interest rates. But he said, this is so unfair for good people who are responsible and who go to the bank and save some money every week. He said they are getting creamed. And I think it's this monetary favoritism that has come out of the Federal Reserve's policies that has caused me to, I ended up being branded a gold bug, as if that's kind of a bad thing.
Yeah, I know.
But you have to compare to what we had under a gold standard when we had a trustworthy money unit.
Thank you very much, Judy. I'm going to get into what she has been talking about, what her plan is here in just a little while. Also, Mike Lee is going to join us in just a minute about Save America. First, let me tell you about our sponsor. It's Rough Greens. You know, when your dog looks at you, tail going, eyes bright, you know, ready to play, ready to protect, or, you know, just be near you, you ever stop to think how much they really rely on you? Because they don't pick their food, they don't get to pick their food. You do. You know, they don't check the ingredient labels. You do. You know, they don't ask whether their meals are actually supporting their health or just filling their stomach. And most of it does. If you're filling your dog up with kibble, it's filling their stomach. It's getting them calories, but the nutrients are lost along the way because it's cooked at such a high temperature to make it shelf stable. What you need is a nutritional supplement. You put it right on top of the food. It's called Rough Greens. Not a food. It's a nutritional supplement. Gives them all the vitamins, minerals, probiotics, all the other nutrients a dog needs in every single meal. Add Rough Greens and see the difference in your dog. Get a Jumpstart trial bag, cover shipping, and that's it. Discount code BECK. Claim your free Jumpstart trial bag, roughgreens.com, RUFFgreens.com, promo code BECK.
You're missing out when Glenn goes behind the scenes with Torch Insiders. We go deeper and sometimes more raw than the FCC allows. Join our community today at glennbeck.com/torch.